Well, hello everyone, welcome back to the 2024 PMSL SEA Fall, and it's the second Super Sunday of the tournament. I'm gonna be your host for today, and for now, standing beside me, we have two amazing players from Team Secret. Please welcome Strong19 and also Jiki. Hi guys. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So, for the first question, I'm going to ask Strong first. So, Strong, you had a breakthrough at last chance yesterday, and what changes within the team led to this result?
Xin chào Trắng. Thì ngày hôm qua các bạn đã có một bước đột phá tại ngày Last Chance. Vậy thì không biết là trong đội các bạn đã có những thay đổi gì mà đã dẫn đến được kết quả tốt như vậy?
Thay đổi thì đội em thì có lối chơi khác là bắn theo viền bo.
Talking about the change, we had a different play style that is to perform, to compete alongside the circle.
Yes, and for me personally, like yesterday, your team looked really solid. So keep up the good work. And for next, so are you going to give us some surprises again for today?
Vậy thì ngày hôm nay các bạn liệu sẽ có thể tạo ra những cái bất ngờ khác cho chúng tôi hay không?
Em nghĩ là có.
Yes, I think we will create more surprises today.
Oh, and we just wait and see. And next, I want to know, what are your team's goal for this tournament rank?
Vậy thì trong mùa giải lần này, Team Secret có mục tiêu gì?
Mục tiêu của bọn em là trước mắt là sẽ vào được chung kết, rồi sẽ cố gắng nằm trong top 8 để lấy vé đi PMGC ạ.
Our goal for now is firstly to secure tickets to the grand finals, and then we'll try our best to be within the top 8 teams to get to PMGC.
Yes, that's good. Keep that as a motivation for yourself and your teams. And last thing for Trunk, who do you think are Team Secret most formidable opponent in this PMSL SEA Fall?
Vậy trong mùa giải lần này thì em nghĩ đội nào sẽ là đối thủ đáng gờm của Team Secret?
Đối thủ đáng gờm thì ở giải này có rất nhiều, nhưng mà em ấn tượng nhất với After Eagle.
There are a lot of formidable opponents in this tournament, but the team that makes me impressed the most is Alter Ego.
And why you think that way? Is there any specific moment of Alter Ego?
Tại sao em lại nghĩ như vậy? Có phải là do đã có những cái pha nào mà khiến mình là cảm thấy là ấn tượng về họ hay không?
Họ combat rất là tốt.
Their combat ability is very good.
Oh, great, and thank you so much, Strong. And now let's move on to Jiki. So, Jiki, I want to know, is there any combat from the beginning of the tournament until now that you might probably regret, and when was it?
Chào Jiki, thì bắt đầu từ đầu mùa giải đến bây giờ, không biết là có trận đấu nào mà khiến em cảm thấy hối tiếc hay không? Và đó là thời điểm nào?
Em nghĩ trận đấu mà làm em hối tiếc nhất là vòng lách trên tuần 1 là tụi em và bằng trắng 2vs2 thua judo auto đội auto O2.
For the match that make me feel regret the most is last chance on week 1. Me and Zhang, we lost to our you.
It's okay, everyone makes mistakes, and one thing I know that you guys learn from your mistakes. So for the next questions, if we had a time machine and you had a chance to do it one more time in the same situation, what would you do?
Nếu như mà chúng ta có cũng mấy thời gian và em có thể làm lại một lần nữa thì em sẽ xử lý như thế nào?
Thì chắc em sẽ kêu bằng trắng chậm lại và chắc combat ăn được.
I would ask Zhang to slow down and probably we would win the combat.
But at least you know what to do next if you face the same situation. So good luck for today's matches. Thank you so much for this amazing interview. And everyone, these teams competing today to have proven their strength and determination to make it this far. And the stage is set for some intense battle, and we are in foresee another exciting day for today. And let's look forward to seeing who will rise to the challenge. And I think it's time to toss it to our casters. So casters, on to you.
Nice insight coming up from the side of Team Secret. Coming back to our Super Sunday week number 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Split with me, Choo Choo, and always gonna be the goofy guy, Sir Cloud.
Not the pirate version now. We'll leave that for the next round. And the bar has been set. If you know, you know, and you know if you follow the Metro Royale. So Metro Royale will return next weekend earlier before the PMSL starts. But we are in the Battle Royale ground now for PMSL. And it is the Super Sunday for week number 2. Some teams making their debut for the first time in this season's Super Sunday.
Yeah, congratulations for the teams that didn't make it through for last week Super Sunday. That's gonna be Team Flash, also XERXIA, as well as Alliance, who made it through when it comes to week number 2. Now it means that these guys, since they're being offered the opportunity for week 2 Super Sunday, they have to push their numbers as much as they can now.
Yeah, because you won't know if you won't make it onto week number 3 Super Sunday. So you have to make the most out of this week's Super Sunday. I mean, we've seen surprises before this, right? A lot of fans out there would think that, oh, ESPORTS will definitely go through and so on and so forth. But surprises do happen. And this is, of course, a pleasant surprise for some of the other teams. But they have to really make it work today. And of course, this week, since it's the Super Sunday, we will be compiling the best 16 teams in the group. And these are those teams.
Vampire Esports, The Xavier's, BTR, Alter Ego, Alliance, PANDUM, NKT, and FAZE Clan made it through straight towards the group stage from their first 3 days before. From yesterday's match, we got our VOIN Donkey, TALON, Team Flash, Team Secret, XERXIA, Great VIP, RQ, and MORPH squeezing in the last minute. But yesterday, man, that was super tight race till the end.
Yeah, it could have been Roy. It could have been Roy until Geek Fam appears, until Geek Fam shows up. But this will be the format here. We are now at the Super Sunday. So Super Sunday is where teams will earn the league points at this stage. So the league points will be the determinator of which team will go on to grand finals and also to determine their starting points later.
Yeah, because it will be only down to 16 teams later that will make it through the grand finals. So every single week for the Super Sunday will contribute for the head start points later, whoever plays themselves in the first place. If you look at the gap between the first and second place in the head start points, there's still quite a gap if they score themselves even second place. But let's rewatch the highlight of yesterday when XERXIA finally came back all the way from below.
Oh yeah, XERXIA. The one day that they needed to perform, they showed up. And of course, Die Hard played the entire day, making his debut in this season's PMSL, and it definitely changed their course. It was mentioned also in the interview by the end of the day that the Die Hard's contribution inside the game is significant to their success in this round. Of course, they had a bit of help from Geek Fam. If you guys missed out yesterday, it's a worthwhile rewatch on that part where Geek Fam eliminated Roy.
Yeah, you guys have to refer to the vault. That was so heartbreaking for the side of Roy, who actually did play so well in the last map as well. All they need to do is just, you know, make things stay clear out of trouble, and they did what they need to. But unfortunately, it's gonna be Izane and Damroot from Geek Fam that steal those points away and even eliminate the entirety of Roy. Ouch! They're probably watching this here right now.
Or maybe they don't want to watch it. We cannot accept reality. No, not at all. So yeah, we'll skip watching this one. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, we do have a VOIN Donkeys here together with us in this weekend as well. And here are the current weekly rankings. So far we've only played one super weekend, so the points are pretty straightforward with RRQ collecting maximum points out of last week with 60 points at number 1, but and it goes all the way down. But we do have some teams that are missing out from this week. Like teams like Geek Fam is not going to be here this time. ESPORTS, O2 not here as well. So that's why we see the introduction of some new teams in the Week 2 Super Sunday.
Yeah, unfortunately, Geek Fam, they were in the first page just now. Definitely will be pushed down at the end of today's match. And when it comes to Roy and Boom, that might be gonna be same case as well. But when it comes to the head-to-head, who else can be compared to as the Indonesian team other than their own region teams as well? BTR Knights versus VOIN Donkey. But when it comes to eliminations and aggressiveness in the game, BTR take the lead at 5.6. But VOIN Donkey placement-wise, they do it quite right too.
Yeah, although it's VOIN Donkey and BTR that we made the comparison earlier on, but our top 4 fighters, Rosemary, is ahead right now with 2.3 knocks. Yeah, this is sad award like Chuchu likes to call it. And we also have Leon Punky, an academy player, is also up there, just behind Rosemary. But speaking about Rosemary, it's of course related to Alter Ego, and they are absolute big fans of Sandhawk.
I don't know, last time we saw them at 2, I think it's supposed to be at 3 based on during the group stage as well. Maybe you have to wait the update for the stats later, but so far, when it comes to the Kings of Sandhawk, we have to give to Alter Ego, they definitely have what it takes in the smallest map of them all.
Yeah, so they do love Sandhawk, expect them to continue to perform Sandhawk, whether the circle is on Cap Alpha or not, they seem to be able to perform well too. So Alter Ego definitely is a team to keep an eye on in this first Sandhawk game. And then we'll be following up with 2 Erangel matches before a break in between. And when we're back for the second half of the day, we will continue on with final Erangel, and then we'll wrap things up in Marama. So it's going to be the same map sequence every day for you guys. And of course, if you look at the timing, this is based on +7 GMT. So wherever you're watching this in the world, you adjust the timing according to your respective time zone.
Yeah, but when it comes to, I think we're gonna hop over to the teams to watch out here today. For me, I do have a different team, but I assume when it comes to the first Sandhawk of today, we're probably gonna get maybe the teams that are already up there. And speaking of which, the teams coming up from the top, RRQ Ryu do take the lead in the overall rankings, and we do have Empire Esports too on top of the leaderboard, and the Xavier. Then only we have Alter Ego. Sadly, we're gonna have to miss Boom, which gonna be one of the most targeted and high respected teams across so many seasons now. But it's all about getting the grand finals, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So Boom Esports in general, as of now, they need to be in week 3 Super Sunday, because in week 1 Super Sunday their points were just okay, but actually they're at the other end, ended up in number 14. So I'm just trying to soften things up here. But yeah, week 3 Super Sunday will be important for them. Of course, that will be the conversation next week once we come back from our break. Finally, we get a 2-day break. And much needed break by all the teams too. So today will be a big ones here for the new teams like Alliance, like even like XERXIA, that they need to do well today.
Yeah, and this is the teams that I probably will focus on too. Sorry if you guys can listen to kids shouting, it's my neighbor. But yeah, we're speaking of the teams that we should focus on today. We are probably going to focus on as the teams that didn't make it for first week Super Sunday. So I assume they'll be more desperate to get those points, especially teams like XERXIA with their performance yesterday. They definitely have more boost of morale and more confident in getting those numbers up here.
Yeah, so let's see if they'll be able to come up with something, because they need to bring on the momentum from yesterday. And yesterday's lobby and today's lobby is going to be way different, because when it comes to Super Sunday, you're going to put the best of the best teams in the same lobby for 6 games.
We pretty much have the same mindset when it comes to XERXIA, maybe because of yesterday's momentum, I assume. But for me, it's also coming up from Team Flash. Don't forget about Team Flash yesterday. They are on the top of the leaderboard of the last chance stage. And their performance yesterday was very strategic, was very on point. When it comes to chemistry-wise, everything seems to be perfect, almost a perfect run for Team Flash. And also coming up from PANDUM. I want to see how PANDUM actually plays in this Super Sunday. Because last week there was that 1 point moment that they did not make it in the Super Sunday.
Yeah, so it's also their debut, and they directly qualified here. So they had a day just to replenish themselves in preparation for today's Super Sunday. As for my other picks, other than SERXIA, RRQ, they topped the charts last week, so I just wanted to put them in here as a tribute to their great performance in last week's Super Sunday. And Alliance, they're normally one of the best performing teams from the Malaysian region, but they missed out on last week's Super Sunday. But this week they are back and they qualified directly to today, so I would expect a good performance by Alliance as well.
Now, speaking of Malaysian teams, right? They only have 2 teams actually qualified to the Super Sunday when it comes to week number 2 out of across the 7 teams we had before. I mean, like, down to only 2. They definitely have to go back to the drawing board from this region. But when it comes to Indonesia, this is going to be contradicted entirely. Only 1 team didn't make it through, and that surprise is going to be just boom.
Yeah, I know, right? That's a big shocker to everyone, and I'm sure the fans must be wondering like what's up, right? But well, we wouldn't be hearing from them today, as they will be being chilling and preparing themselves for week number 3. But if we look at the record as well, right? Last week we missed out one Indonesian team, that was Team PANDUM, and this week we missed out another one. So in general, the Indonesian teams are still very consistent in getting into the Super Sundays.
Yep, it's kind of true. Only 1 team seems to be alternating in and out. But for the others, I think from the Thai regions, we only don't have the Infinity for this week. While the rest of them actually made it through as well. And I have to give it for the Vietnam region. They definitely have the rise here. All of them, except for Roy. Oh, Roy.
Yeah, that will be a whole long conversation there. I still want to know what happened like behind the scenes. Like, did they need to call the security, the police, just to put like, okay, Gig Fam, you take that door, and Roy, you take that door, and they separate their rooms at the hotel, or maybe separate the hotel entirely. I don't know, because yeah, that was just crazy, right? It only took Aizain and Damroot, and the entire Roy was destroyed by Gig Fam, who had nothing to do to qualify to today's Super Sunday at all.
I mean, the room definitely separated between Gig Fam and Roy, of course, but for buildings possibly as well. They definitely will feel a bit salty here today. Looking at the fact it was 2 points by the end of the day, that much tiny difference. And when it comes to Sam 9, I mean, it's down to that chicken dinner to make a comeback, right? If they scored yesterday's chicken dinner, it will be MORPH that get pushed down instead.
Yeah, and it was down to the wire, right? So it was Yuhai at the final moment, but when it came to him, it was like 1v3 against SERXIA, and SERXIA had their own motivation of qualifying onto Super Sunday, so they were highly pumped up for it. But speaking of being highly pumped up, look at Mohammed as always. Like his brothers beside here is like, this kid again. It's like, okay,
oh, wow.
Just let him do whatever.
It's Moment. I love his character and his personality in front of the camera. Is always going to be super entertaining. But as per usual, Cloud, we're going to have to wait and see. They definitely want to have their best starters for every single team to play here today. XERXIA just mentioned about Diehard, who've been subbed yesterday. After, like, we never see Diehard entirety of the league so far. If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. But when Diehard actually get into the lineup of XERXIA without any warm-up of last week, I mean, there's some stunt they actually pulled off yesterday.
Yeah, and honestly, I am a big fan of Diehard. Sometimes I do wonder why isn't he in the main lineup. I'm glad to see him here, playing here today as well. So starting off with game number 1. So Diehard to me has always been this player that is very intelligent. He leads the team as well. That's why when he's not playing, he's considered as the coach for the team behind the scenes, because he has that characteristic of being a leader. So that's probably the missing piece of SERXIA, and that is why they need to have Diehard back into the lineup. But we're going to check out some of the tournament records here. 600 eliminations achieved by Rosemary. Oh boy.
I think that's definitely going to be the lifetime achievement that they've been keeping track. Thank you so much, PUBG Mobile and Stats guy behind the scene. That's invaluable information coming up from us. Now, I want to know who can match up to Rosemary. Is Tony K anywhere close to that?
it'd be nice to see that kind of stat, right? It does make sense that Tony K could be the closest contender to Rosemary's stats. But yeah, hopefully one day we'll get to see like the overall stats. That will be pretty nice as to compare like some of the top contenders, just to know how close they are. But let's check out if the numbers will continue to grow in Sanhok.
Starting off our Super Sunday, week number 2, there's only going to be one available Sanhok in this one. And I think a lot of teams that love Sanhok, including Alter Ego, perhaps they'll be eyeing out for that chicken dinner. So do tell us your predictions when it comes to who will take the chart overall here by end of today's Super Sunday, because we want to know about your opinions too.
Oh yeah, your opinions do matter, ladies and gentlemen. It would be nice like one day if we could get a poll so we can put out like the fans opinion on like, okay, because this percentage, this team highest, and so on and so forth. So that would be interesting to know your thoughts as well. So looking at the drops, no big surprises here. Up north, we're gonna get regular drops here. Alter Ego, VOIN Donkey, will take Hartin, Alter Ego Camp Alpha. Whether there will be early clashes, that's something that we need to evaluate. Campo will be clear for Crit VIP as they do not have Roy with them, so they will be on the clear there. But I'll keep an eye probably on Cam Charlie. I noticed that at least 2 teams are hovering there, Team Flash and RRQ.
Yep, Camp Charlie seems like always going to be the first few early skirmishes right on top of it, and then they're probably going to start over on Painan as well, but we're waiting for the circle to pop just to see how the migration... Oh, we got ourselves one of the very few circles that we rarely see these days. Is it going to be Hartin and Camp Alpha Island all the way?
Yeah, seems to be the case somewhere around there, and I guess who loves this circle? Alter Ego again. And they definitely have something with Sanhok here. It's like every time they play Sanhok, majority of the time I would say, a circle does somewhat favor them. Whether it's a 3-island circle, is still not too bad for Alter Ego. So they I don't know, they have this Sanhok shaman with them that just calls the circle towards that north side.
That's probably going to be the case, man. Because Sanhok seems to be dominated over by Alter Ego, maybe because of the circle these days just favor the True Islands, and we do know that Camp Alpha will be one of the best places to drop in Sanhok instead of Bootcamp these days, of how it just covers a lot more of land on the side of Camp Alpha. But based on this sort of circle, I want to see if the players start rotating early that will force them into engagement, and Razak will be one of those people.
Yeah, notice that Team Secret made a quick move onto the Camp Alpha Island, but the VOIN Donkeys is already there. And one of the teams that needs to travel quite a bit is going to be Crit VIP, as they are in Kampong. Yesterday we saw teams, for some reason, like Tora, they love to come to Kampong area even though the circle is not here. But Tora is not playing, so Crit VIP will appreciate the fact that if they are not being gatecapped by other teams, because it's going to be quite a journey for them to be in the circle.
Yep. Kampong yesterday has been very cheerful. Many teams happen to be passing by. I think it was by accident. Maybe they were trying to just pass it through Kampong and hurt those gunshots early on, but that's not going to be the case because O2 Esports not overplaying. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they are on the run and they are probably trying to get themselves second checkpoint, or maybe just get early rotation based on the circle here just now. It's still able to, like, there's a possibility that we're gonna have the circle to ping pong back towards some of the parts in around Bootcamp area, possibly, but it's just that 80% or 70% of Camp Alpha is just so convincing right now that everybody start to move.
Yeah, that's a very wishful thinking. Yeah, but the chances is probably really low, like maybe like 10% or something. Not sure how to quantify that, but based on the first circle, it looks very, very likely to be in the Camp Alpha Island. If it somehow jumps back onto Bootcamp, then the one team who will be kicking themselves is probably going to be FaZe Clan, because Bootcamp is their regular drop spot. They make a quick rotation to Camp Alpha Island, if just so that they have to go back to Bootcamp. By that time, Bootcamp might have other teams. That's the time they'll be kicking themselves that, we should have just rolled the dice and took that risk and stay in boot camp. If that was the case, that is.
Like you mentioned, it's going to be a wishful thinking for now. We're going to have to wait and see second stage. Second stage is going to be crucial for the teams to decide whether they want to still rotate into Chem Alpha or not. But we might have high chances it's going to be around the bridge area as well. So I assume with RRQ playing, they do love those bridge camps. So maybe they want to go straight to as a northern side, where it's going to be on the north sort of land of the bridge. Just on the outskirts of our team. So we do have XERXIA with one vehicle all cramming as like a tuna can cramp in there. So hopefully they will try to find themselves a couple of different vehicles. If not, it's trouble just spelled by itself.
I haven't been in tuna camp myself. I wonder how it feels like. But yeah, I guess what they were thinking is that they wanted to like make that quick rotation and, you know, simple loot, grab vehicle. It's not like in Sanhoi you have the most vehicle spawns, so you get whatever you have and you make a quick rotation. At least you get as close as possible to the Camp Alpha Island, so it makes it easier for them to access it when the circle ships away.
Speaking of circles, Team Secret. There's gonna be long shots coming up from these Xaviers. Now, these Xaviers and Team Flash, I do want to see how far these two teams can actually do here today, because Team Flash today seems like a bit later rotation compared to yesterday, where they have a bit more aggressive, more proactive movement across the map compared to right now. Maybe because of the teams that coming back into the Super Sunday is going to be one of the heavy hitters up there, so they're taking a bit more safer, including these Xaviers is one of them. Purgeon, it's going to be a lot of MVP across this season by Purgeon, by the way.
Yeah. In general, Purgeon have been doing very well for the team. We used to seeing Lamborghini, but nowadays other players are taking that spot, which is also great, right? You have good balance between all of them. But for them to score this MVP, they have to first win this fight against Team Secret, and Levi's cooking up this nade. Trunks in front of him, doesn't need the nade as he comes in with his trusty DBS to get the knock on the trunk.
Trung, he waited it too long. These Xaviers, despite it's quite far for them to follow up their members that relay all the information before, but with one member knocked down early on, Team Secret already had handicap. And now it's just slightly from bad to worse. They're down to only one player left down there for Team Secret, and there's no way for them to go and reach out towards their members that almost being knocked down entirely. Now that's going to be the end for GK, but the circle time, it is going to be hard in perhaps. Yeah, there you go, finally.
Yeah, so no boot camp circle at all. And if we want to give like a little bit of a hope that maybe we'll go towards the right side mid-peninsula, but yeah, it's unlikely now. All teams want to focus on Camp Alpha Island. But looking over at the mini screen, ETR, they lost Genfos and Satar as they rotated past XERXIA.
On the side of XERXIA, seems like they are still on steamroll since yesterday here with 2 eliminations already scored out. But the problem is they do have those low grounds compared to VOIN Donkey. With those elevation will actually gain so much information and land as well. Alliance on the other hand, on top of Totmo, will try to challenge on NKT, but they are quite scattered for NKT players, taking different angles, all 4 of them. So if Alliance not being careful enough, they might ensnare themselves in a trap set up by NKT.
Oh, look at this. RRQ with Crit VIP, no circle at all. And RRQ, they were at boot camp first. Crit VIP they came later from Kampong, and now RRQ have to be the defensive one. The other members of Crit VIP coming by. RRQ still holding the ground. And look at the elimination fee. You talk about NKT, they're in the fight with Alliance now.
For RQ as well, they're taking a fight still with Crave VIP. It's not done deal, and Crave VIP and RQ both having a bit of a trade-off here. With Crave VIP, this is unusual. What is going on with RQ? I mean, like, this has been going since like the trend of almost losing into the Super Sunday before.
Yeah, this is a very weird situation for RRQ. General week number 2 wasn't really their week. They needed like the last chance qualifiers to qualify here. They could have done it directly, but we all knew what happened. And starting off with 1 point this round, it's not a good sign for RRQ.
Yeah, but it's unusual to see RRQ to actually not. Well, I mean, like, Crave VIP definitely have some push when it comes to this Super Sunday. They are more confident after they're done with their last chance yesterday, so it just shows how they just been overthinking all this while. No question regarding their performance there, but for RRQ, I don't know, it feels like they keep hitting this wall multiple times by now.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, even though they have a big swaps in their lineup, but still not much of a significant change for RRQ. 5 more games to go for them, and we'll continue to observe if RRQ is able to bounce back. But I noticed also that Potato from VOIN Donkeys have been eliminated, so looks like fights are starting to happen inside of Camp Alpha Island itself.
And I'm also surprised how small this map already starting off of our day, right? We do have a couple of teams still stay themselves in the blue zone, so that's I don't know how they're gonna play it out for Team Flash and MORPH. But I mean, late rotators will never gonna be okay when it comes to this sort of circle.
Yeah, because if you're late, you need to swim across, and there is a potential of being gate capped by teams by the borderline. Now, let's check out the circle. It should go 100% into Camp Alpha Island, and yep, that is it. So look at the line, especially on the right. That is going to be super difficult for teams to swim across because you have that line. VOIN Donkey is already there, so you have to somewhat pray that VOIN Donkey is distracted somehow.
Now, VOIN Donkey definitely have one team to focus on last time we checked on them. But for XERXIA on the other end, they're taking this compound, but we do have another contender at the back. I assume when it comes to that color, probably coming up from Alter Ego.
Yeah, Alter Ego with the high ground advantage for them, and of course that's going to be the strategy that they're going to play. It absolutely makes sense because it will give them the information and also the high ground advantage against other teams. Like climbing is not going to be the easiest task. But FaZe Clan will be up against a VOIN Donkey, and VOIN Donkey, the moment we pan over, 2 players got eliminated, and now VOIN Donkey only has 1.
VOIN Donkey, unfortunately, I mean, they had every opportunity they can actually get for engagement just now, but for them to overthink, I think a lot of overthinking is done by a lot of teams right now as we speak, because every single time they just miss that split second of decision making that is quite decisive for them. It costs them a lot of things, including probably the entire squad like how RRQ did just now.
Not too sure about that, but we'll continue to observe. But what we're sure right now is that MORPH, they will collect another point, and BTR becomes the second team to be eliminated. So interesting. 2 teams that have their own status and stature. RRQ and BTR, they bow out early this time.
We're back to it's a loser for Lions. The NKT, they have to cut across Team Secret, but that's going to be only 1 player of Team Secret left, with VOIN Donkey also having to resort to 1 player. Quite an early engagement for stage number 3, maybe hopping to stage number 4 with a lot of team force to go only one direction, which could be north due to the circle just now. And KT will try to gatekeep, but it's the blue zone we're talking about. Is it worth gatekeeping here for NKT?
Yeah, that will be the question mark here, right? This is where they start to evaluate their healing utility. So looking over at Joker, he has 4 first aids, so that's at least something, and the zone is behind him, so at least he has that exit point. NKT, not only dealing with Alliance, but also Team PANDUM, who wants to cut across. And Team PANDUM, Southern still in the water, they will be easy targets for Spider Tag.
Well, Spider Tag, not so easy. Right now, PANDUM making it difficult for him to land those shots on. They're not taking any resurface breather at all. But the circle wish probably going to go slightly on the north again around the bridge, perhaps, or maybe in between. So FaZe Clan got himself the center with MORPH. Will try to team out Alter Ego. The crowd from the south will be teamed out by the gatekeepers, including XERXIA and Crate VIP. But coming up from the bridge, now that's going to be a lot of bridge fight for Alliance there.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance is spending time in the blue, but by the time they start to cut across, they'll have like NKT, they'll have PANDUM. VOIN Donkeys eliminated by NKT themselves. So the main focus is going to be on these two teams, and the fact that NKT is already by the bridge is going to be a bit more difficult for Alliance to be in Camp Alpha Island.
Speaking of Cam Alpha later, Vampires, D Davis, CQC, Levi, can he clutch? Oh, alter ego. Gonna disrupt the almost clutch moment coming up from the side of D Davis just now, unfortunately. But Levi, I think he still managed to score one more before he went down.
Yeah, and that would bring Xavier 2 points this time. But Yoru, okay, I guess it was because of the pressure there. And he had to jump down just to be taken out by Die Hard and XERXIA. All of them have their own points.
Yep, it feels like there's a lot of 4s and 3s across the board when it comes to eliminations too. Crate VIP on the other hand, they are on the rise. I love the fact that Crate VIP sudden rise seems to be very good momentum for the start of Super Sunday Week 2 here. But for NKT, the Gatecap Alliance, the longest time. I mean, like, they definitely try to gatekeep them as much and as long as they can from the blue now to the bridge.
Yeah, try to hold them off right at the bridge, and if they can, the blue will still put pressure onto Alliance. Jimmy OB gets needed out by the God, and we have seen the God being very, very good with his nades.
Next, Joker will follow up through with those knockdowns, but it's quite hard to visualize. Don't forget FaZe Clan's watching on top of those high elevations. So if they try to overpick themselves, NKT might dig their own grave. The moment we mentioned there's going to be shots coming up from behind. That's possibly going to be FaZe Clan now. They have to slowly wrap things up here, but they will have to probably leave the knockdowns towards the blue zone, because if they overstay themselves here, they might just have the problem to get into the center.
Yeah, I know, right? And the center could probably be that high ground, and we already have at least 2 different teams up there. So right now on screen it is Olio, and he's depending on the healing utilities. He does have 3 more first aids to go, but that won't last him that long with the fact that NKT is still in front. There is a possibility that Olio might deny himself to the blue.
The blue is always going to be the biggest enemy for all the teams, but Alter Ego, they're not sitting quietly as well. Team Flash, Kwang bleeding out, Rosemary going in for the rush. Zeus prepare himself with the DBS. Here comes the DBS plays. Can Zeus do it again? Unfortunately, Rosemary seems to be taking the advantage of the knockdowns and finish off in an instant. Down to 1 player of Team Flash. Gosu! That's going to be Rosemary taking almost the entire team of Team Flash by himself.
Yeah, 4 eliminations for Rosemary. And this is the house of Alter Ego. You shall not come to my house without permission. And Team Flash, they paid for it. But we have Axel still from TALON. Okay, Axel gets knocked out of Rosemary. 1 more to go. And Hans for You is pretty low. He is down to the plastic of Axel should be able to do it. And it's going to be a cleanup by Axel onto Alter Ego.
Alter Ego seems to me they are on the rise when it comes to the Sunday. They have different plays entirely, but unfortunately that will be put on hold with 6 eliminations. FaZe Clan and Crate VIP next, as Vampires also been taken out by MORPH, who still have a full squad, now taking the lead on the top 8 teams.
Oh, here we go. FaZe Clan. What a position to be in as well, with this high ground advantage against MORPH, and they have the numbers against them with 0 currently down. One of the main top fraggers for MORPH, who came out with a solo performance in one of the Miramar matches in week number 1. As Onzus tries to find the angle against Hazel, the smoke isn't helping him, and right now Onzus repositions himself to the higher ground. But at the same time, at the bridge fight, looks like Alliance did not make it.
For FaZe Clan, on the other hand, a lot of 6 eliminations, 4s as well. That means there's going to be a lot of 0 teams by the end of this round too, possibly for PANDUM, since they do have 1 last player alive, but at least they will get themselves on some points for the placement later on. But Circle shifted away, and only 1 player of FaZe Clan secured that compound. If the rest of them follow across to a side where Venturus is, they're probably going to get the chicken dinner here.
Yeah, and they have to do it quick before other teams come by and try to take over this compound, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Even Onzus is finding his way down, but he has to be extra careful. Okay, some POCO work here by Onzus, but he should be fine, as he's now not only in the circle, but if anything happens, his teammates are behind him to back him up.
For Flippy and the rest of MORPH. That's gonna be tough. They'll be gatekeeping a lot coming up from FaZe Clan, and Zero already got himself high grounds. This is gonna be a clear view for Zero. If he can actually take down one of the players of FaZe Clan, that's gonna be a go time and opening that I've been waiting for. But unfortunately, despite not having the circle, XERXIA do have the high grounds. And XERXIA being taken from the back. TALON Axel out of nowhere, which have the better view, but unfortunately that's the last player alive.
Yeah, he knocked one player out just to be eliminated by the zone. Man, that's just being a nuisance. But MORPH, looks like they became a nuisance to XERXIA as well, as they bow out at number 6 this time with 4 eliminations. And MORPH, so far, the other team that still has a full squad besides FaZe Clan, they have 6 eliminations.
For MORPH, 6, a lot of 6, 8, 7, 6, 5. We don't have a 3 for eliminations, but it's jumped straight down to 2. Joker of NKT, due to how they've been gatekeeping allies for the longest time right now, they're the latest getting into the safe zone and play zone, as well as Crate VIP players. I assume that spot him out just now. PANDUM, Crate VIP, FaZe Clan, MORPH. The one that actually do have a 4 is going to be FaZe Clan and MORPH. If these two teams happen to fight each other out first, PANDUM and Crate VIP do have a shot of this chicken dinner.
Yeah, best chance for either one of these teams. And let's not forget that the FaZe Clan, they did have that compound. The circle is still somewhat there, so it still gives them a good chance of scoring this chicken dinner. While Maxis is the final member of Team PANDUM, no circle. He has to move a bit forward, but he's trying to minimize the amount of noise. As we speak about noise, looks like a lot of noise here still on the high ground by MORPH.
And Blue Zone already hitting them as well. For MORPH, they don't have any space. The moment they show themselves to cross the street, FaZe Clan will gatekeep and shut them down. MORPH, they are in shambles, one by one, taken out by the side of FaZe Clan. Mela down himself, no more troubles at this point, but for FaZe Clan, they open up the angles. They have to get out from their hiding spot and deal with MORPH entirely. If not, MORPH can breach from the backboard for Crate VIP. They're at the other side of the street, so they probably gonna be a-okay until MORPH arrives.
Yeah, with a boy behind the tree and the blue is right behind him. Nate sent across, he only has that smoke and nothing else. I don't expect him to survive this. And Hazel will be the one to land the final blow onto our boy, leaving Crit VIP at number 4 with 8 eliminations. Now, Maxis is still behind FaZe Clan though, so this is going to be interesting if he backstabs them. But FaZe Clan takes one out of MORPH.
Now, Mormon, FaZe Clan definitely have higher chance for the chicken dinner here. It's down to the last member of PANDUM. Maxis managed to survive long enough to get themselves in the top 2, but unfortunately, PANDUM, it's going to be just a survival game with no eliminations if you compare with MORPH and Crate VIP before. But FaZe Clan, at least for PANDUM, can secure 1 eliminations for Maxis before things just wrap it up for FaZe Clan.
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting, but unfortunately, Maxius' position is compromised, and FaZe Clan right now will be all in onto him, and nothing is going to stop FaZe Clan from getting this chicken dinner with that compound as a fortress.
A strong start coming up from FaZe Clan, quite interesting eliminations across the board as well, but when it comes to FaZe Clan, I mean, that's definitely gonna be a teaser. Just now we had some cam time with Mormon, look at how happy he is.
Oh, look at this, he's like teasing the big brother, it's like, and big brother is like, stop it, you know, cameras on us, don't embarrass us, okay, we're FaZe Clan, right, don't do that.
I do want to know which team members of FaZe Clan do speak like how you did.
Ventores.
Really?
But of course in Thai, right? You gotta get it translated.
Mr. Pooh. But yeah, okay, FaZe Clan, 500, 700 to 7 Ventores. He's been understated recently. And we have to give them respect, but when it comes to damage received, the least amount is going to be Mormon. I mean, this guy, when it comes to hiding against camera, he's not hiding at all, but when it comes to bullet, he hide it well.
Well, Ventores is not hiding himself well in terms of stats, as he's the MVP this time. 3 eliminations, 737 damage, 122 damage received with a 20% team contribution, and survival time 21 minutes 53 seconds. But what I do like about Ventores is that he holds that compound for his other teammates to come, and that was his biggest contribution in this round.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to holding those anchor points, it definitely did so well. So pivotal as a player just now when it comes to working as a team. But for MORPH, Grid VIP and NKT, now we don't see PANDUM in here, maybe because they didn't get enough eliminations. But when it comes to Grid VIP, MORPH and NKT as well, they got abundance of those eliminations. But let's just straight into the highlight of our FAZE Clan Chicken Dinner for start of Super Sunday Week 2.
Quick rotation by FaZe Clan from boot camp to enter the Camp Alpha Island paid dividends for them as they scored the chicken dinner with 10 elimination points. That's 20 points in total for round number 1 in our first Super Sunday game in week number 2. Followed by MORPH with 8 eliminations, 13 points, and Grid VIP did fairly well as well, considering that they traveled one of the furthest with 12 points collected this round.
But we do have a team that's still contradicting towards each other. Alter Ego, no placement elimination starting off here today. They're going to go straight for just the placement points. If we compare it with PANDUM, going to go straight for placement points, but no eliminations down there at 6 points as well. But unfortunately, tough start for the big teams down there, including Vampires and BTR. My oh my, at 0 point for our Super Sunday game number 1.
Yeah, considering that Vampire normally drops in ruins, but they still not able to overcome this circle. We didn't get a good visual on what happened to Vampire, but they have to make up for the points in the following round. As now, we'll highlight our top fragging teams. FaZe Clan with 10 eliminations. We got 8 for MORPH as well as Grid VIP. That's why they're at number 2, number 3 even in this match standings. And we have Alter Ego with 6 eliminations, 4 of them from Rosemary.
Well, I'm not surprised coming up from Rosemary. He always pull up some stunts and flashy plays when it comes to making it work for the team. But next, we're heading over to Erangel. But when it comes to our Sunhawk, it's going to be FaZe Clan here today. So I think that's going to be a bit slightly upset for the side of Alter Ego, of course. They love Sunhawk so much. But next, Erangel, we do know Erangel do favor mostly by the Indonesian region teams.
Yeah, I'm sure the stats do favor them if you get a view on the stats later on. But this is going to be the 2 Erangels that we will play before we take a break and then we come back for the final Erangel here. So this is the round that it's normally a redemption round for a lot of these teams just because of how crazy Sanhok circles can get. And that circle in Sanhok, that was crazy enough.
I think that's the first ever craziest circle we actually had. I mean, aside from the 3 islands that always by the stage 4, stage 5. But that was the first heart-in circle we'll ever have in this tournament, because it's been a while we have a heart-in circle. I always ask you the same question whenever we come over to Sunhawk. So that's going to be the first North circle we actually have, which means today's circle might be slightly unusual than the rest of the weeks prior to it.
Yeah, well, if that's going to be a sign for our circle gods, then I wouldn't mind that, right? Like, next round is going to be Erangel. We have had a good amount of military-based circles. Not that I wouldn't mind having more military-based circles, but if we were to put aside a military-based circle, and I know you would want to see a Zaki circle, so if we put that aside, right? Okay, I know it's going to be a cliche answer. So, what other circles would you personally like to see?
Inside of Erangel, aside from Zaki, of course, I wouldn't mind. It's been a while for me to actually see, but Urban Warfare would not be fun. Jogopur would be nice too, just because, you know, around the bridge of Jogopur, and also just slightly around the container area, because there's gonna be a bit of a maze for them. So yeah.
Yeah, Jogopur. It's been a while since we've seen a Jogopur circle. Whether it's the north or the south Jogopur, right? It's fine. I guess if I were to put one up for myself, I would want to see. We're evil. We like tough circles. So I would like to see like the one that's like left side of Quarry, which is like the beach
Quarry
side of it. Yeah, because there's very few key houses that the teams can take. So normally we'll see like a lot of teams try to get those houses first before any team. And it will give advantage to teams who like to drop on the left side, like Vampire, like Base Clan, like even, I want to say Geek Clan, but they're not here. But yeah, even Alter Ego as well. So that spot is pretty tough to navigate through as well.
I personally feel like Quarry will be one of the toughest terrain to actually work around when it comes to the last few circle, but it will be fun, I agree. Definitely we don't really have a lot of Erangel Quarry compared to Sunhawk Quarry we had multiple times before, but Cave is not a bad idea too, since you mentioned Quarry, right?
Yeah, that could be interesting as well inside the Quarry itself. Yeah. Yeah, we don't get that many of it, and of course it's hard to navigate because of the multi-terrain of Quarry. And the multi-terrain is like it goes down because it's a quarry, right? It's not like Gatka Mountain where it goes up, so you know that that is the peak. But if it goes down, it will be the question of like who wants to be down there first. Like Gatka Mountain, like everybody wants to be up there first. So it will be fun to see like the circle like shrinks towards that area. So teams would need to like look at each other and say that, hey, you go down first. No, you go down first. That sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, it's also something that I kind of try to remind myself. Where are the least amount of players that are being dropped? Usually it depends on the flight path too. If we have the northern side of flight, so at even a circle SMB, that would be interesting. We have northern flight path, very south circle. I don't think we had that kind of contradiction ever before in Erangel.
Like a suburban flight path, and then you get a military-based circle, right? Yeah, we haven't got this kind of scenario yet. It will be super interesting because some teams would just change their jump slot to be on the north, like Star Chemistry or something like that, even Zaki. And then we get that south circle, that'll be super duper cool. So that's some ideas for our circle gods there. So circle gods, on to you.
If only they actually will consider our opinion for the circle god, it would be great. But we're gonna have slightly on the southern side of a flight path here. On top of Quarry, we're just gonna pass it over to as a left side, which gonna be very south. We always have this kind of flight path starting off from south, and either it's gonna be northern circle or right on top of it. So it's hard to see the reverse instead. I'm looking forward for that, because when it comes to north flight path and down south SMB as a circle, entry point will not be as much.
So entry point as in like if the circle is like up north, right?
No, the circle is down south.
Okay.
And the flight path is north, because a lot of teams will have to force either try to swim over or take a boat and the double bridge. If you compare with, you know, southern flight path and northern circle, it's more entry in. There's so many ways to rotate the other way around.
Yeah, and that's what makes May to the base exciting, right? Like then you see like a lot of teams like clump up in the choke point, which is the regular choke point is like 2 bridges. Other than that, if they were to take like boats and all that, there's a certain level of risk to it because you're super exposed in the middle of the sea and all that. But we're not going to see any of that. Looks like we're going to get a nice circle as a start in Gatka.
We've seen the kind of circle quite a number of times this week, especially on top of Ruins, Rosog area. Now still around Gatka and a lot of Pochinki as well. When it comes to week number 2, I think this is going to be the trend for Erangel for the entire week. Maybe when it comes to the difficult circle, we're saving it for later when things really matter in the final week of group stage. Maybe next week get something new.
Yeah. Or maybe the next round. We don't know. It's always like super duper random, right? So it's up to the circle gods to feast us with the circles here. But seeing that it's this kind of flight path with this kind of circle, majority of the teams should be able to get to their regular drop spot as per normal. But for Ventores, who was the MVP in the previous round, he's our highlight player as we begin this stage. Such an OG player, this guy. He was even back in the day, like during the prime time of the Thai region teams.
Yeah, I remember him during PMCO too. I used to be one of his biggest fans when it comes to Mirama map back in PMCO. I'm talking about first season PMCO, by the way, guys. When there's still Golden Cats. When there's still unusual names that you never heard before, possibly if you're the new generation these days, okay? IDX. We had a couple of female players, PMCO Season 1, Ground Zero that time. There's 2 international female players as well. I mean, that's just how great female players back in the days. I do wish one day we get some female players to actually play back for PMSL. It's been a while we have any female teams or female players actually participate in the tournament here.
Yeah, at this level, right? Like at the country level, we have seen before. But so far, none of them actually reached this stage. But it will be refreshing to see, definitely, if we would be able to get like more female participations at this stage of the tournament. So it's also like down to the teams themselves because, well, of course, next year we don't know if these teams will remain here, but we should expect them to be. But that's a separate conversation. But it's also to these teams who are, especially partner teams, to maybe look at those kind of opportunities to see whether like there are players who are able to come in here and play at this stage, and I believe they are because back then I remember we used to have like a female tournament at Southeast Asia stage, and referencing that I think would be a great point for teams to consider to bring them on board.
Yeah, we always talked about this back in the days, like during the PMPL seasons, I assume, where we had BTR Alice, and we do know all the BTR female players too. They're pretty good themselves compared like with now we don't have that much tournament. I don't know what really happened across the process. We always ask if only there would be one team like a slot for the different sort of tournament, right? For like one slot coming out from the collegiate kind of tournament, and then one from maybe high school, and maybe one from a female tournament, and then the rest is going to be PMSL usual slot. That would be interesting too.
Yeah, we used to have the PMCC back in the day for campus.
No, we don't have anymore.
No, we don't have campus championship anymore. I think it's been like at least a year or 2 by now that we do not have that. So hopefully that comes back in the future, because if you have campus championship tournament, it also becomes like a scouting ground for these teams to discover new talents that could probably bring them here, besides the PMCS that's currently happening.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of talents being scouted by the PMCC during that time. I mean, a majority, I think some of the players, even now, they're playing in PMSL. But we have to put our talk for a bit of a pause. If these Zave is in trouble, they'll be surrounded by MORPH right now across the open field due to their transition. Probably, but what a nade by you.
Yeah, nice bounce of a nade there. You really read the physics so well. And now Xavier Lamborghini is the only man standing, even so he's not able to escape the wrath of Zero. And from the back, eliminated Xavier just like that, no points at all.
Now, we do know when they're winning, they're definitely not celebrating for the Xaviers. Imagine if they're losing right now 2 games in a row with only 2 points across the board. They're definitely not going to celebrate anything anytime soon. And we can assume Lamborghini's facial features probably going to be super angry with the team right now.
Yeah, he must be wondering, like, how did we lose that, right? They came in, crashed into the compound, not even like 2 minutes. And they are already out. Like even himself, he didn't manage to get away. So I guess even if he wanted to like blame his teammates, you know, it probably needs to look at him not able to survive as well. It's a team effort at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think they probably have to go back to find a solution. What really happened? We got to do the rotations, like we mentioned before, right? I feel like this. By the end of the day, we talked about the group of death compared to last week. Yeah, Group A probably gonna be it because they're one of the most teams that actually in this Super Sunday with this kind of mix and matchup compared to last week grouping and this kind of dynamics of the team that actually made it through to this Super Sunday. It's a very different rotation entirely compared to the group stage.
Oh yeah, and plus you have some teams that are newly introduced to this Super Sunday. Of course, this combination of teams, it is new. It is almost, if you kind of think about it right now, right? It is actually every day you will get different combinations, even in the last year's qualifiers, even in the Super Sunday as well. But we're going to review some of the moments here where Xavier fight against MORPH, but it wasn't really nade by Tuyo there to angle it to get that one knock for himself. And the final blow came from Zero.
Yeah, mantap boss, I think that's what he's shouting about. I think we can do lip reading pretty well these days now too.
Mantap Boss is one version, the other version I don't think we can see it on stream. Yeah,
I think I read it as well. Yeah, I think I know, but the way he lips actually touch, I think it's gonna be boss. Yeah, but Alter Ego, we're gonna do lip reading after this quite some time. Alter Ego, it seems like Rosemary really kicking all the other teams out there because we're talking about him always gonna initiate. But yeah, we do have the rise of Alter Ego for the last few days. But the circle, you know what, is gonna be the generous circle. But we might actually end up on top of Quarry like you hope for.
Okay, that will be an interesting circle. So expect a lot of teams to take the high grounds on the side of Quarry first. That should be the main priority since it's somewhere in the middle of the circle. Vampire Esports is already there. Quick access for them since they normally drop in Primos. So let's see if they want to hold on to that or do they want to stay out of fights and just move to the left side of Quarry. But it will make sense for them to try to hold that on. But expect more enemies to come.
Speaking of enemy, Panda might actually bump into, I think it was VOIN Donkey just now. But for, I think these Xaviers, well, it's the Xavier we're talking about, right? So probably they will come back when it comes to a half of the day. Feels like they lose their momentum. But for PANDUM, there's also a new team that coming into this Super Sunday. So they definitely have to push their numbers up, not just getting those placement points. Because last map, we didn't see them doing a lot of actions for the side of PANDUM due to how easy their team is being eliminated too early on.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the best of Team PANDUM yet, although it's only one round. And it was a very difficult Sanhok match. So to a certain extent, I would say that gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. I would leave like the true performance of these teams to start here in Erangel. But yeah, Xavier just had to do the Xavier earlier on. But it's okay, a few more Erangels to go as now we put focus onto this middle area and look at how Vampire Esports, they took that precious high ground and they're able to defend against some of the incoming teams.
Team Flash reposition. I mean, they are in the center of attention here right now. Create VIP, we have MORPH, and we have as well as Vampires around the corner, and PANDUM too, I assume. Maybe we're gonna have to wait and see and pan out because it's not visualized over for the mini-map here just now. But around this area, due to the circle shifted away just now, everybody trying to get themselves within the jungles and within those trees because that's going to be some high grounds up there. The elevations will make it difficult for the teams to see each other out due to the curve of the earth. But Talon, on the other hand, and yesterday Talon, they're really good at taking those third-party fights.
Yeah, they showed a very good promise there when it comes to timing and also reading out the elimination feed as well. So that worked out for them, and they're comfortable doing that. Now, will they get the chance to do that again with all these teams very close to each other as of now? It might be a bit difficult, but if it's necessary for them to take a key position, then they have shown that they are able to do that.
But speaking of doing that or not, it's gonna be back to its God car field we go. So last time we saw Team Flash try to park himself on those elevations slightly, and we have MORPH, Great VIP already there. It's Vampires and PANDUM crossing the field right now. Alongside with FAZE Clan, northern side we do have very latecomers, Team Secret, and RRQ, XERXIA seems to be colliding very soon as well. So the circle shrink will make a lot of teams to share their land and grounds here.
Speaking about sharing, Vampire Esports definitely not interested to share. I believe they fended out another team, that's why they popped that smoke. But another happening is going on the elimination feed. I noticed that Alliance, they took one out of Alter Ego, and that's the only elimination. And we have Alter Ego on screen as they rotate across onto another building. But being in this building, they need to consider the right timing to get across the road, and probably that's why they are sending one player up as a marker.
And speaking of the markers, Alva and Octa try to find any sort of information here, but if a third team coming through in the middle of the street, that will break the formation of Alter Ego. It's quite risky for Octa to be just away from the rest of the team, but he will scout it out to make sure that perimeters is clear for them to take the compound away. But speaking of high grounds, we do probably gonna have the battle of high grounds between Team Secret and RRQ. Now, can RRQ close this battle, or will it be a third party entirely that will finish both team off?
Or the blue will push them off. So something for them to consider. This is where we start to look at their utilities, right? So Team Secret, SOAS, 2 first aids, still making his move. Gotta be careful of that 3 there. If not, his license needs to be checked. But Talon is the next team that is closest to them, as they really play by the rim of the blue now. But if they were to stop and take the fight against Talon, that's going to be hard. But hey, RNJ, what a drive-by.
And for the side of RRQ, XERXIA seems to be just running down a bit of a trade when the POCO shooting down on RNJ. But speaking of the blue again, back to his Talon versus Team Secret. The Tease is going for the kills, but unfortunately the blue zone will eliminate all the players that are still a bit busy in the blue zone. Now, so was to try to actually revive a GK. Lucky enough for them, it's still stage number 3, so it's revivable. But for XERXIA, were they willing to just overcommit themselves in the blue, or will they gatekeep in the inner side of a circle?
Yeah, so gatekeeping will start to happen right now, because we still have like 15 teams here, something to consider. RRQ! Okay, let's see if they can do it better as compared to Sandhawk match. For now, No Mercy is not. And the bad news is that the blue is onto them, and we'll be shifting onto stage 4 of the circle, and the circle moves away from RRQ, and RRQ now in a dire position with only 1 active player left.
I'm looking at Moment pushing all the way towards that one player knocked down that will be revived by RRQ, and I don't see him coming out alive with FaZe Clan, Moment on the rise, and Fnatic fighting against the blue zone. He couldn't help No Mercy since he needed help himself with last first aid. Barely enough for him to make it out alive.
Apologies there. Something got stuck. Just like how these teams are stuck with each other. And BTR is the one stucking. Okay, that doesn't grammatically sound right. But Lapa, he found his right path here to knock down GK, and not only GK, even Drunk fell to Lapa.
Next, Laporte, I think he needs to heal himself back up first before circling around anymore. Yep, there you go. He's gonna go for a reset, but Team Secret, GK and Tron cannot be saved, so it was just too fine. It's too open for him to cut across the other side towards his tree. So Janforce definitely knows where he actually stands. And we have one more player of Team Secret far behind. This is going to be too easy elimination on the side of BTR, but RIQ again.
1 point in 2 rounds for RIQ. Even given the Erangel match, they're still not able to come back and make dues. But for Alter Ego, at least so far there are 3 players, but they're up against BTR right now, who's on the road rage. They've been circling around for the longest time, trying to find the next target.
Yep, Alter Ego. But despite they try to actively try to find the target coming up from Rosemary especially, unfortunately they didn't score anything just yet. PANDUM sort out VOIN Donkey XERXIA. Unfortunately, they barely getting themselves less than 50 meters into the circle, but due to FaZe Clan coming up from behind, they will be put on hold for their rotations. But for FaZe Clan, it's no brainer for them to just revive a moment and got himself an extra vehicle as well. But for XERXIA, they need to reset now and get into the circle. If not, they'll be doomed, since we're talking about FaZe Clan that's on the rise here today. They're probably just going to push all the way to XERXIA, just knock down players.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, but at least FaZe Clan is doing the similar formula what they did previously, is that when Torres goes in, finds a spot, his other teammates follow up later on. But now on screen is going to be Alter Ego and BTR. The fight still not stopping yet, with Alter Ego on the outside and BTR on the inner side with a little bit of elevation towards Alter Ego. So Alter Ego will need to make it quick, because if you look at Rosemary, he does not have any healing utilities. Oh!
Next, oh, what a spray, Zoxy! Coming out of nowhere from the smokes, and now caught Alter Ego by surprise, and Alpha have to respond to this ASAP. They're playing around these circles of the smokes, and thanks to Janforce and Zoxy, they managed to eliminate Alter Ego, ended up with a 0 this time.
Yeah, and BTR still perfect round for them. No players eliminated, but Leon's knocked down in the blue. Oh, Leon knocked as well. Ade Luke circling around the final member for Alliance. We need to go up against MORPH. Ade Luke is now pressured by the blue at the same time. The vehicle will blow up in front of him. Now he has no vehicles to work with, but the vehicle from his opponent, Hazel, will splat him back to the ground.
And seems like Korea VIP taking dominance over the right side of the circle, but they have to deal with MORPH first. Coming into the center of the circle, FaZe will be one of them, trying to dominate over this side with 5 eliminations already secured, and MORPH might be catching up as well, as he scored himself 6 eliminations. But last time we saw on the side of MORPH, they have to deal with VIP. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, tried to take down that last player of BTR, last Sunhawk. BTR didn't score anything. This is going to be redemption time, but unfortunately, it's going to be Vampires to take them out for the last player just now.
Yeah, and just as you entered the centers, Newsy landed the final blow onto BTR. They're out, but they had a busy round. As for Vampire, not much of a busy round for them. Finally, we have them on screen, but still they lost Tony K. But we have seen it before. Newsy stepped up the game. Even Shrubs is able to step up the game as well. I mean, this is Vampire. We're talking about if they are able to come up again with a good performance. It's expected, but it's not expected by 2Yul to be ran over by Quick VIP.
That's brutal from these guys. Great VIP. I mean, that's unusual for the vehicle to flip over that side, but a boy doing so well here. And I love the fact we got back great VIP, like how they did in week number 1, and they are going berserk with the rotations here. 5 eliminations, but they need to revive their teammate, and FaZe Clan still capitalized over the left side of the circle here just now. We're down to 7 teams, but still a lot of teams having a full squad technically, except for Talon and Vampires.
Yeah, I agree about our boy thing. Got to shout out to him, right? He's grown so much as a player in such a short time. Week 1, it was a struggle, but now week 2, he seems to be very comfortable in this lobby. But Team PANDUM is not comfortable going up against Vampire Esports, as they take a lot of damage. Good for them. Maxius is still not knocked, so he can help himself. But Maxius finally knocked down by Shrubs with the nade sent across, and now the pickup has to happen.
PANDUM taking so much damage. Maxis barely can actually be alive, and Vampire's just gonna push in for the rush. And Stone alongside with the team. Schweppes eating back a Jules Nate. That's an open time for this side of PANDUM fighting back against Vampires here. But unfortunately, Crit VIP also taking some stab and jab from behind. I mean, Vampires, despite their winning, but that casualty just now due to a third party from afar.
Yeah, it was Putra that actually finished off Stone, the final member of Crit VIP that was alive. And Team PANDUM, they had a bit of assist from Crit VIP, and now they will still be in the game.
Team Flash, Zeus. Well, he's known for his CQC, but now this time it's going to be a mid-range fight. Team Flash has not been taking any actions yet. They have been the quietest amongst them all, the most quiet in the center across the map. But the circle will shrink, will still favor Team Flash. It will be going up north for those compounds. Taken by NKT, Team Flash got the circle, and FaZe Clan, nothing to stop them. Probably just going to be Team Flash.
In the middle of the circle with this slight elevation, it's a perfect scenario for them to be in. And plus they do have an extra bonus, which is the airdrop on top of them. Now, for Team Flash, all they need to do is to take care of the entire surrounding 360. They need to have eyes onto every corner. And the fact that they have 4 players, it will be really helpful for them to keep an eye onto every single corner that potentially teams could come by.
Well, speaking of teams that could come by, waiting for the right time to open fire is going to be Team Flash. I mean, they're waiting for the teams to come by, but nobody seems to be in the center because they're so busy taking each other out around the around the rim area of circles. So Team Flash, they've been waiting here the longest, man.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind that, right? Considering that they're currently at last place with only 1 point from the Sandhawk match. So they'll be like, okay, you guys do your thing, we'll come in later. And if they can score the chicken dinner, at least it brings them the good vibes. So whatever amount of eliminations that they could have gotten. And expect the elimination fee to continue to roll soon, because now Zone is starting to close before we enter stage 7.
Stage 7 going to be difficult with the slopes of a hill that's slightly bumped and is about getting those high grounds. And the moment they got themselves those high ground, we do know how flat of a plain that is with only vegetations and a couple of rocks on top of it. So smokes is going to be super important and very significant, as well as the throwables here, which going to be the one that closing the gap in between the teams, because we do know it's going to be mid to long range fights. It's going to be difficult to have those CQCs.
Okay, maybe it's not so difficult for Mormon to land this nade. Okay, send one across onto NKT, but Triple F move forward so that nade will not connect. Now for FaZe Clan, they still have a full team. So as long as you have a full team, anything can happen. NKT as well in the same situation, but I'm also looking at the mini-map. There are teams exploring that middle area where Team Flash is at. But they turn around, perhaps after knowing that there's already Team Flash there.
On the side of the God, we haven't seen the plays from the God here today. I'm waiting for week number 2 of his super nade, but great VIP. Wow, Joker is down. That's going to be super fast elimination on the side of Great VIP. I'm surprised how aggressive they can get for Great VIP, but I love the surprise coming up from this team here right now. With PANDUM taking on 8 eliminations just now, but NKT seems that the whole cavalry of a Great VIP arrived even from the back, left, right, and center.
Yeah, as much as they wanted to run down Spider-Tan, but Spider-Tan moved in, so it was evaded. But Iron Bro knocked down by Moment, finished off immediately. Crit VIP now down to 3 players. And from the other side, Spider-Tan tries to put pressure back onto Crit VIP. They will take another member of Crit VIP out. It's going to be Putra, as well as our boy, Crit VIP, down to 1.
Next circle shrinks even further. I think Team Flash definitely gonna get it, but maybe NKT still Team Flash the circle. I'm waiting for Team Flash to open fire, but NKT not enough land to run away, no cover whatsoever, forced to break that formation here by FaZe Clan. Mormon drop a big one against one of the most crucial play coming from NKT as Spider-Tan bleeding out.
That's a big one there by Mormon. Nicely done. Thanks to the scout by Mela as well, providing information. And speaking about Mela, he's going to show up from the side. He's going to put pressure back onto NKT. The God is going to be the last man for NKT. The God is pretty low right now. One last thing of help is going to be a straightforward elimination by FaZe Clan.
Now we're down to 4. Team Flash and FaZe Clan still have a 4 as well. Unfortunately, Great VIP, that's going to be stopping their momentum as well. But for Team Flash, we talked about them before. They missed the first Super Sunday. This is their time as well as PANDUM to push the numbers up.
Well, for them to be in action against FaZe Clan with Gosu now down. FaZe Clan, they're currently the team on fire. 10 eliminations right now for FaZe Clan. And Onza's looking for at least one so that he won't be the joke of the team. But anyway, right now, Team Flash will be sieged down by FaZe Clan. And by them taking out one member of Team Flash, there's a signal that they have the manpower advantage.
Speaking of manpower advantage, well, if FaZe Clan versus Flash first, then it's gonna be Talon and PANDUM having those opportunity to score the chicken. But due to how they be hiding themselves indoors, Team Flash do have better covers. But FaZe Clan, they have some slight elevation, and they will try to flash out the rest of the members of Team Flash who happen to be indoors. They have to open up the angles, but unfortunately for Team Flash, DI watching from the outside, knockdown. It's gonna be two. Mela seems to be on the rise for FaZe Clan here.
Wow, quick reaction there by Mela to react within the smoke. Man, that was beautifully done by him. And now Team Flash looks like they're down to one player, and FaZe Clan have taken over this compound. The other member of Team Flash is on the left side. FaZe Clan right now, they do not know his presence. But now they do. Now they do. That is Team Flash. Batman eliminated by Mela.
Well, FaZe Clan, will they score a back-to-back chicken dinner here after they're done with the run in Sunrock? And it's going to be a flawless run if they score another chicken with 4 players still alive.
Yeah, it's looking very likely so, right? Look at this. Based on the elevation, a full team versus 2 versus 1. I mean, it could be another perfect round for them. 2 rounds back-to-back, perfect for FaZe Clan if they can keep everyone safe.
I mean, something is up for FaZe Clan here. They're definitely saving it for later, which is going to be Super Sunday compared to their group stage. Very different indeed. Look at how confident they are going in for the push. And Mela seems to be on the rise here as well. But Jabranki, there's going to be trouble. Speaking of Mormon, his eyes watching like a hawk, followed by Vintorius for the follow-up. Mormon drop a go time for FaZe Clan.
And yeah, it's Jobranki eliminated. Now it's 4v1v1. Maxius is still the last man standing for Team PANDUM. Earlier on, he did last the longest, and now Mela goes in for the 1v1, and he will not lose this fight with his S12K, and Momo will be able to be picked up. Now it's down to Axel. Axel gets one, and Axel will at least secure one elimination point out of FaZe Clan. But then again, Axel, 2 more to go. If you can pull off a big one here, starting off with Mela, but Mela says no. And it's going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner for FaZe Clan.
I think Mormon's vibe is infecting Mela, that he actually brought forward so much of an opening for FaZe Clan. Mela and FaZe Clan seems to me like the one that making everything move on the side of FaZe Clan. And the follow-up from Vintorius and Onza was remarkable as well. A flawless run. And what a perfect run for the start of our first half of Super Sunday Week 2. FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and look at their eliminations, right? So that's that's like what, 17 eliminations this round for FaZe Clan. We are definitely going to get them on the interview later once we come back from the break. So I really want Mormon on the stage. Okay, and Mormon has to do like a dance or something. Okay, he has to be the Mormon on stage. I really want to see that.
Oh, we definitely need him to do that. Mormon, speaking of him, he's the one actually opens up engagement against another team fight. And because of him and the follow-up by the rest of FaZe Clan, I say he definitely deserving this MVP at 787 damage. 5 eliminations there. I mean, this guy definitely one of the reason why FaZe Clan's on the rise here today.
Yeah, he needs a goofy picture. But besides FaZe Clan, Team PANDUM, gotta give it to them. Maxius survived the longest again for Team PANDUM, followed by TALON and also Crit VIP that was really aggressive this round. But let's relive the moment here where FaZe Clan scored their second chicken dinner in a row.
What an opening we have for week 2 Super Sunday here with a back-to-back chicken, and not just that, the double-digit eliminations at that as well for FaZe Clan 17 with a total points of 27. Nobody else is close by or nearby towards the points here right now.
Yeah, they're doubling up the points as compared to PANDUM with 13 points. So FaZe Clan, 2 chicken dinners in a row, undisputedly at the #1 spot for now. Other than that, the BTR is up here on page 1 with the 6 eliminations that they have got. They were really busy on the left side of the circle earlier on, so they had a lot of chance to score elimination points. But page 2, 3 teams, VOIN, Donkey, Alter Ego, and the Xavier, zeros.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't worry for these teams though. These teams are the teams that, when it comes to heavy hitters, they're one of them, so we can expect them to bounce back. But I would be worried for RRQ. It feels like every single fight seems to be slightly wrong for them, as well as like Alliance there. Now, back to it when it comes to the points, right? This is where we get to see quite a huge gap early on. The only team that got the chicken in Super Sunday is going to be FaZe for now. Will they dominate this first half of the day?
Wow, I mean, if we talk about first half, that's like 3 games and 2 games already chicken dinner. I mean, at this point, they are already dominating it. But if they can like solidify it by winning the next chicken dinner, of course. But on page number 2, you talk about RRQ. So far, they only managed to collect 2 points in 2 rounds. So it's not the RRQ that we're used to seeing.
This is a bit awkward, honestly. Like, we don't see RRQ going back to back, losing the ball here for many games now since their last day of group stage. But for FaZe Clan, Mormon and PANDUM, I think I should drop a huge nade just now, but Mormon make it even better with those nade, winning that chicken away with eliminations more to the side of Achul and damage wise as well. But assists, look at Mormon, so much assists.
Yeah, that's a significant number there as compared to Achul, 5 versus 0. And for Mormon, I can't take him seriously by now. We got to change his picture to a goofy picture at some point.
Yeah.
But for the top ranking teams, clearly FaZe Clan, without a doubt, more than double the number that Team PANDUM collected, which is 8. But Crit VIP, they have been running around the map as well, looking for eliminations, and they scored themselves a healthy one this time.
Now it feels like there's only one team competing in this Super Sunday week number 2. Will FaZe Clan score another one and score himself a hat-trick? We had double chicken back-to-back. This is going to be the second time, I assume, when it comes to the entirety of the league. Double chicken in the day multiple times by now, but no hat-trick yet. So no triples, straight back-to-back. So can FaZe Clan make it when it comes to the second week? And also, for FaZe Clan, you know what? It's kind of a sad case for FaZe Clan every single season. They are one of the higher tier teams, like S tier teams out here, but never get to hold the trophy ever.
Yeah, it almost feels like the same situation as Alliance, right? Like these 2 teams are, at least at the top of my head, like an example of like, they always look promising, they always push the bar, but when it comes to like the grand finals, it's always very close, even so closer for FaZe Clan as compared to Alliance. So yeah, arguably FaZe Clan, among all these teams, they're the team that always comes the closest towards a championship but have not gotten it yet.
But personally, I feel like FaZe Clan is more of a sadder story, honestly, because Alliance, I mean, they're being formed during PMSL. But FaZe Clan, they, even during the PMCO days, they're already there. Unfortunately, they never score any trophy. If you compare it with another team that's pretty much veteran as old as those, I mean, as veteran as the legendary PMCO days, I mean, like 7 years ago story, these Avis would be one of them. But at least these Avis touched the trophy in 2022, right? And they got themselves second place early this year. So that's close enough. But for FaZe Clan, never once they touch the trophy by the end of the season.
Yeah, we call that the uncrowned king for FaZe Clan. So, yeah, I mean, well, we can always say that, okay, this season they're looking good, but always when it comes to the grand finals, something seems to be a bit off. So we will hold that thought until the grand finals, and hopefully we'll be able to get a pleasant surprise by FaZe Clan. And I'm sure a lot of fans will be hoping for them to be able to finally score something. And if they do, they will be the first team to break the Indonesian streak of champions in the Southeast Asia era.
Yep, I agree. I personally want FaZe Clan to win once, I wouldn't mind that because they deserve it after so many years. I mean, since the birth of esports PUBG mobile scene until now, that's 2019 or 2018 until now. That's just how long it has been, guys. But we do have Zeta and Mineral. They had this swap a bit later yesterday, but they're making it quite early for the swaps when it comes to VOIN Donkey.
Yeah, I guess because the stakes are high right now, so they will make any change necessary for them to do early. And not only them, Octa is being swapped out for Boychill this time, and Boychill will be remembered for during the week 1 when he clutched the Gig Fam in one of the Miramar matches. So by having him back in the lineup, hopefully that brings them that strong momentum coming into this game.
Now, I personally want to see if they swap out Rosemary. Will that actually have different dynamics entirely around Alter Ego? I want to see that happen for once, okay? Might be a bit of a risk, but you know what? More risk coming into in this wrangle for the teams that are aiming for the points.
The day Rosemary will be swapped out, and that will be history, ladies and gentlemen. Mark that moment. But for now, Rosemary is still in the lineup. As we look at the flight path, it's going to be a different flight path from before. And we're going to start off from the south side of Military Base all the way up to Saberni up north.
But really, I mean, like, if they swap Rosemary, maybe that forces the other players to push up their performance, or maybe they will even surprise us, right? So I don't know, because I was thinking about the main reason why I said that is because we had back-to-back 2 weeks in a row, 10 days straight for the tournament this time due to some technical difficulty early in the first week, so we have to shift it later for first 2 days. The exhaustion definitely kicks in for the players too.
Yeah, although players like Rosemary, they have day offs, like because of number 1 the group swaps, and number 2 they qualified directly into Super Sunday, so they have their respective day offs. Maybe like for us it's like, oh, we're here like every day, so it feels like an everyday for us. But for the teams itself, yeah, being a team that qualifies directly for 2 weeks, at least they have their gaps. So maybe that's where Rosemary truly recuperates and comes back. So after the team assess it, they might find it's not necessary to swap out Rosemary for now.
Yeah, but we wait that for a bit, because just now we're gonna have another similar circle on the north that we had before, which could be we barely have just now Poliana circle these days. There is a lot of raw, so I want to see, is it gonna be school area again this time? And speaking of which, right, Cloud, for the players that actually do have alternating days to actually play, I don't really think they really rest for the entire day. Probably have to revise with their gameplay prior the day before, and it's also still no rest day for them, I guess.
Well, if I were to share from experience, normally they would not do anything.
Okay.
Yeah, but the ones that will be working hard during the off days are the coaches and the management, because they will be the ones who need to plan, and they allow their players to rest. And by the time they come up with a plan, the players just come in and say, okay, this is what we need to do. That's all. It's like the planning process normally is like cut away from them just because they want to give them that space. Just like how Mormon's given this space now to be the highlight player, and at least he has a liking for DBS here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mormon, known for his CQCs back in the days of how he can actually daringly going into those push of the compound. You guys can actually learn from his POV when it comes to how he holds his device. And speaking of which, the real unsung true heroes, I have to shout it out for the coaching staff especially. They never rest, not even a second, man.
Not at all. So that's why if it's like this month-long league, right? Basically, they're working every single day, watching every single board, analyzing every single map. Just to avoid these kind of situations where Iron Pro might be caught up and is he able to get away? Tron. Yep. Iron Pro's okay.
Yep, lucky that Trunk actually have to reload. And that with UMP, going for long range fight is pretty difficult. UMP, I think personally, is best for CQC as well as mid range fight. But with how Iron Pro drive, I think it's hard to catch him up. Unless, well, NKT can do something about it.
Okay, passing by. Spider 10 spots him up. Iron Sight too easy. Now this is an even harder weapon to control for the long range because of the recoil. So Spider 10, yeah, not much opportunity for him to shoot down Iron Pro. So Iron Pro is still okay for the second time around.
I agree, this guys, sometimes the recoil and as well as the barrel control is just so perfectly well for them. I mean, like, how do they even do that? When we try to do it, it's gonna be all over the place. I tried and I gave up, you know, and that's just me. For these guys, sometimes we barely see a pixel. Imagine that we see in a big screen, we barely get to see the players, but them within that very small device screen, they can see everything. How these guys actually do it?
Yeah, that's why they have like probably like 10 million hour game time. If it's somehow clocked in somewhere in the game, you probably see like, oh wow, that's like 10 million hours or something like that, right? Yeah, and if we compare like game time with regular players, then obviously like the numbers are way ahead.
I think they up to the point like they memorize every pixel of every corner of every map. You know, if some pixel is off, then they definitely know. That's just how. Because it's if you think about it logically, right? The phone screen is not the biggest of them all.
Yeah, and if you think, and also to add on to that, right? It's like the maps don't really change that much. Like over the years, yeah, some few changes here and there, but it's not like it's like an entire swap of a map. Like let's say we reintroduce Vikendi or we reintroduce like a totally new map. So they have seen like Erangel like since they were born. So every pixel in Erangel, they would have seen it by now. Even like maybe if the circle ended up Zaki in one of their scrims, they probably have seen it too.
PUBG Mobile, a new map. Maybe one day. Hopefully. That would be a good way to actually push like the limit of players and maybe even fork out new talents. You know, with a new map adding into the game. But NKT, unfortunately, we thought they might have the upper hand against the players of Great VIP before, but unfortunately, they will be the victims of the eyes of Alliance.
Finally scoring their first blood, so 3 points so far in 3 rounds for Alliance. Also one of the teams that is pretty weird to see them down there, being one of the teams that used to be a very consistent powerhouse. And plus they remain the same lineup even from before, so that's why teams are like having that expectation of like, okay, Alliance will be one of the teams to be consistent enough. And also to remind that actually Alliance did not make it in week 1 Super Sunday, so this week they have to really put it in.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I myself have high expectations of Alliance. You know what? Sometimes people will say something like, I'll cut these guys some slack, you know, if you want to compare with the team. The problem is, these are the tier teams, the teams that always will be the most consistent up there. We're talking about Alliance. If you ask me personally, I feel like they are up to par. The same goes for like FaZe Clan, these Xaviers, they're supposed to be that level. But this season, I don't know what happened. They dropped their game entirely. And they are one of the teams that never miss like Super Sundays, and they missed one, and that's definitely going to be detrimental if they miss another Super Sunday. They cannot afford to do so when it comes to the final week.
So check out a replay on how they got it. And Triple F was probably scouting for that sniper tower. To be fair, the sniper tower was clear, but the surrounding wasn't, and he got punished for it. And Alliance got that first point out of him. So his other teammates got the signal, don't go to sniper tower, and move to wherever somewhere else.
While waiting for the circle to shift, I assume is because of how generous the circle, making it easily entry into by the team. So we're probably gonna have stage 4 skirmish, or maybe even stage 2. towards 3 later on, depending if the circle hard shift or not. But is it gonna be school again, or is it gonna be the Rostock area once more? Never mind. We did mention no Yasna for quite some time. Are we heading towards that direction? A lot of teams from the south, though.
Ooh, if it's Yasnaya, then Talon and Team Flash would love that spot, as they know that area like the back of the hand. But the migration is happening like what you mentioned, and a lot of teams are starting to move in the same direction. Expect more of those elimination fees to show up.
Well, Alliance getting on one, only couple of pick off here and there. I don't know about POCO, but RRQ, I think there's going to be a lot of teams. They're probably going to cross in an open field or something like that right now. Great VIP against Alter Ego. Not really. What happened here? It's going to be MORPH. I think MORPH just run and gun and just run away.
Oh, so speaking about run and gun, we're going to see a run and gun here between Alter Ego and Crit VIP as they try to take over this compound close by with Mansion. Rosemary will enter it with Astov K, but the members of Crit VIP, they're on the second floor. It's going to be Putra all alone with 40% of health, and they might rush in onto the second floor anytime soon. But at the same time, Bocho is managing Team Flash as Alter Ego would take over this house out of the hands of Crit VIP.
No casualty at all coming up from the side of Alter Ego. They definitely will have to just revive on one. And XERXIA seems to be running it short. For the side of FaZe Clan, they're cutting short when it comes to getting those hat-trick. So XERXIA is the one actually making sure that FaZe Clan couldn't score their triple chicken in a day here. And back towards reset, that's going to be 2 eliminations in the hands of XERXIA towards the players of FaZe Clan, that leaving it down to 1 because Onzen's still bleeding out.
And look at the elimination. Xavier finally getting a couple of points on the board. And you spoke about Onzen's. Unfortunately, he's eliminated by the hands of XERXIA. And that's going to be point number 3 for XERXIA. As VOIN Donkeys, even though they made their swap earlier on, bringing in Mineral, but looks like it did not bring them any points this time.
If FaZe can be eliminated here, they probably won't score any points. They didn't score any elimination with a trade, no trade-off against XERXIA just now as well. So hopefully they didn't drop the ball entirely. It's just going to be one blunder, and that's just it for this map. Next, it's going to be Vampire. Now, Vampire seems to be at the very bottom here today, but we do know they will have sudden rise here. I don't know what's happening, but week 2 seems to be the rise of the Thais and the Vietnam teams here today.
Yeah, it would be pleasant news for the fans from that region, especially for FaZe Clan, of course. But this time around, FaZe Clan only has 1 player left after players like Onces have been eliminated. So the likeliness of them scoring another chicken dinner 3 in a row is very, very low now. They'll be happy with the first 2 chicken dinners that they've got, and this time it's more about getting placement points.
Well, the circle shrinks. It's going to be on the outskirts of Yasnaya, Pollyanna. Look at the crowd from south. It'll be thinned down to half of them, with FaZe Clan coming up from the north. The only team from north, in fact. And that's going to be the last player, Mela. If they actually try to dominate over the lake of Yasnaya, Pollyanna, it will be one of the sweetest spot for the teams to just camp it out as well.
Yeah, so Mela will want to stay away from every single fight now. But Alliance, they want to be involved with fights because they want the points in. NKT, surrounded by Crit VIP. But we also need to remember that Crit VIP, at this moment, they are not at the full squad. So for them to crash into this compound where NKT is, that is going to be rather unlikely. Not just by the edge of the circle. But Team PANDUM passing by as well. No casualties from Team PANDUM. But look, instead became a casualty in the hands of Dimsy from Team PANDUM.
Yeah, man, NKT seems to be eager to be the third party in as well. So they are making their move there. While Alter Ego, I don't see the rest of them around Alter Ego. Rosemary, he seems to be very alone down there. PANDUM on the other hand, taking the charge and lead to his alliance. Unfortunately, left Jimmy as a last person. PANDUM, how many left are there standing for this side of a team? But for Anik, look, I mean, can Jimmy still save him at the nick of time?
And Jimmy OP is coming in to seek revenge for his fallen brethren. Takes that high ground. Is he going to stop by? Yes, he will. Okay, Jimmy OP alone though, so he's going to take a bit of a risk here. But it looks like the instructions to Jimmy OP is that, okay, nope, don't do it. since we do not have the circle, focus on to getting in instead.
Yep, survivability is still a thing on the side of Alliance. He's got himself 4 eliminations. Yeah, if he can survive just a bit more longer, wait for the teams from the south to team themselves out. Now that's gonna be more points. But unfortunately, Crit VIP, despite they had a very good run earlier today, with a back-to-back multiple eliminations before, this time they will have to just settle down with a 0.
And Crit VIP out, but at least they got 21 points after 3 rounds, which is okay. But Rosemary gets Maxius while he was traveling, and Rosemary will secure that point. Team PANDUM left with 2 players. Alter Ego, it's just around the corner, so that's an indication for Team PANDUM to be extra wary of their surrounding. But we are seeing movement here by Alter Ego onto NKT.
Nobody wants to charge into his NKT except for Altiga. A lot of them just passed across. And probably this is the reason why Joker finished off Hans for you with that shotgun DBS plays by Joker. Knocked down on 2. And this is why nobody wants to charge in, and Alter Ego taking their chances here. Can they be alive by end of this? Because NKT and Alter Ego is down to 2v2.
Oh, nice defense by NKT. Gotta give it to them, but the fight is not over yet as Moishu will get enough down to Spider Tan. Now NKT, they only have 1 active player left, but look who's here. It's gonna be MORPH being the 3rd party. They'll come in to be the cleanup crew. Alter Ego eliminated. Now only the guard at the 2nd floor as MORPH will want to flush him out. He does have TBS. Jump shot by TBS gameplay, and he will get the knockdown onto the member of MORPH. MORPH, 3 more players left to overtake this compound, and they will do so.
It's gonna be a rescue mission as well. MORPH cleaning up, sweeping the floor clean before Team Flush just barely make it out here as well. Will they still go all in for Team Flush? It feels like they will commit to this fight too.
Well, if they want to do it, they have to do it quick because they're by the blue. But they're taking a cautious approach now. Probably assessing the situation, the fact that MORPH is back up as a 4, so they don't have the man advantage. And 2 of the players have left this area, so it looks like they're going to leave this for now.
Then Flash made a U-turn, knowing the fact it's a bit too late for them to just take the jab to a sort of MORPH, moving with the circle here with a different direction. So they will part ways for Team Flash and MORPH for now. But Team Flash, Kwang, I think that's going to be his gas running out. Alliance, on the other hand, that's going to be the last member stand, Jimmy. Alliance barely got himself the circle, and MORPH hopefully did not discover that last player as well. But if they do, that's going to be another point added into the bag with 5 already up the stack.
Yeah, Jimmy prayed hard there. Okay, MORPH leaving this area, and Jimmy, he has a buggy. So looks like his prayers are answered, but he's not taking the buggy. Probably the buggy is out of fuel. So, and now he's on foot. But for MORPH, from one area to another, this time they have to deal with XERXIA and also TALON, Axel from the side onto Hazel.
Oh, I don't know if they just walk themselves in a trap here. Misery with a mini 14 tapping out to the side of Hazel. You can actually see through XERXIA as well if they picked out. So this is quite a good view from Misery and a great angle for TALON to just steal and take the 3rd party actions on the go and on the run. And they can even see whoever tried to pick out from the sniper tower too.
Yeah, this sniper tower is the one where Axel got knocked out of Hazel. So he will probably do it again with this position. That's why MORPH is forced to pop those smokes, get the extra cover from the back at least, so they can focus onto the front. And the front is going to be XERXIA. Now, for them to charge into XERXIA, they still have the advantage since one of the players are knocked. But it seems like they don't have the space to start their engines to crash into XERXIA. So XERXIA should be back as a 4.
Now everybody start to move towards the lake of Yasnaya Poliana. Last time we saw it's going to be FaZe Clan Mellow on the northern side. I don't know how far he is with the rest of the team that start to migrate on the northern of the map. But back on the side of RRQ, at least it lasts a bit much longer here for RRQ. This definitely spotted out a BTR. But with how they actually play here, I feel that their confidence and their morale kind of dropped tremendously with them overthinking themselves too much to engage in any fight.
Ooh, but teams will need to think about this, right? There is a percentage of the Yasnaya Lake in this circle, so that cuts like what, 20% of playable land here. So that will mean that teams will need to fight for spots, especially teams on the outside. Looking at teams like Vampire, BTR, even RRQ is still in the game on the southern side. But we have 11 teams left. So RRQ cannot afford to go out now. If not, it will be another disastrous round for them.
I don't know why I feel like Mela might resort to swimming later on. But RRQ, now after that long pause finally coming in, the Pega couldn't hold the silence anymore. He got himself a double knock. Where is the follow-up and the push coming up from RRQ? Asa coming up as well. Gen Force is cooking up the nade. Nepego coming up from behind. Asa taking the front lead. No mercy. Just charge up front confrontation here. They don't beat around the bush anymore. BTR, they are in shambles.
Now RRQ, this is the push that they've been looking for. Gen Force is still alive just behind that little hill. And RRQ, they're clearing up this compound. Well, Vampire Esports, they're monitoring the situation. But BTR out at number 11 with 1 elimination point. RRQ secures those points clean from BTR.
Some calculation made early on by Nepego. That was a very, very close calculation. I have to say he really tried to make sure that there will be no room of error at all when they engage against BTR. BTR definitely surprised by that. There's not much elimination points by BTR by the end of the day. No placement points as well. But for Team Flash, going straight to the lake of Yasna and Pliana, and we do see PANDUM player, which could be Jabrangi. That's going to be the last player as well. A lot of the players that seem to be solo right now, including FaZe Clan Mela, probably will be hogging around those slopes around the lake side.
Oh, as the POCO drive by, Flippy knocked him down, and Tuyul will finish off a Fnatic as well. And just like that, RRQ, they lost 2 players. The other 2 players by RRQ still on the outside of the circle, and there's a lot of open space in front of them to navigate through. And with 2 players, it's going to be hard for them to take fights, even up against Vampire Esports.
We're gonna have to wait and see what can they do. At least it's a better run for RRQ. They got themselves 4 points compared to the last 2 met only 2 points each. But for Vampires, we don't see a lot of action coming up from them yet. No eliminations on this side, surprisingly. But FaZe Clan, despite their number 1 with Mela left, it's going to be waiting out for survivability. I'm waiting for MORPH to make some initiation here. They do have the most amount of players alive, and they are quite aggressive. Same goes for XERXIA right now.
Yeah. 6 eliminations with the full squad. Looking good for MORPH now. So let's see if we can pull off a big one here. MORPH, one of the teams that wouldn't mind making a good comeback, and they can potentially also overtake FaZe Clan. They can come up big this round. Now, speaking about this round, stage 6 is upon us, and this is going to be bad for RRQ. Circle did shift a little bit away from them, but they have to face the open space inside of just on the outside of Yasnaya.
For RRQ, it's quite... there's a couple of vegetation, so they can take covers from that. As long as they got the smoke, though. We do know smoke plays a big part when it comes to this sort of circle. Quite an open space like how you mentioned, but there are some slopes of hill. There are a couple of structures in between. There are small buildings too. So they can take themselves some compounds as long as the circle favors them. And MORPH, I have to say, despite they got themselves in the center, but an open street the moment they jump out from that compound. Team Secret spotted out Team Flash. Now, Flash had 4 before. It's going to be Zeus, one of the best CQC players we've seen throughout the entirety of the league. He shot down early on. And Talon, they love those long-range taps.
Oh, Batman just got eliminated by Mega Earth. Now only Gosu left. Even Gosu is being shot at. Break will knock him down. And I believe that's a long-range shot. So now they want to secure the elimination point. Okay, Gosu is out of health. And Break will claim the point out of the member of Team Flash.
Team Secret, if they hold their ground just a bit more longer and the circle still favors them, they can actually score this chicken dinner. If the circle move north, of course. XERXIA spotted out another player of RQ. It feels like RQ down to that one last player to carry things out for the team.
Well, for RQ, the last we checked, a lot of open space, and yeah, he stood no chance. Eliminated at number 10 with 4 eliminations. At least an improvement by RQ this time, but they need a lot more points coming back from the break later on. Looking on screen, we got Team Secret coming from the north side of Yasnaya. They will take their time to come in. If only they have the information that Mela is in the water. And you did talk about Mela jumping into the water. And yes, he is going to take that dip for now and praying that he still has at least the next stage circle.
You're probably gonna say hi to Jabranki next. The solo players will have fun diving it for a bit, but if the next circle just slightly on the north, they're gonna be a-okay for now. So I want to see how much longer will they stay swimming here, because if it moves north as well, high chance Team Secret do have the best grounds that they can actually work things through with some slight elevation plus a compound. But for Vampires, if the circle shifts slightly towards the right, they really have to push themselves forward, and that's going to be difficult as well.
Yeah, pool party with Jabranki, right? Yeah, bring out the drinks together. Don't forget that. SERXIA, at least they are doing well. They're actually doing very well if you think about it. 8 eliminations, somewhere in the middle of the circle, might get stage 7 and full team. I mean, this is a perfect scenario for SERXIA, and they have this compound as a fortress. So can't get any better than this with this sort of stage.
It's all down to this street to divide between MORPH and SERXIA by the end of the day. I mean, if nobody tried to challenge them out of their compound, Jabranki, he's not been discovered inside. He got himself a buggy. I think Mela should have done the same here. But I think due to the buggy, that maybe someone's having, you know, just a bit of a hunch that somebody there is swimming. But unfortunately, the circle shrink just now. Thankfully, for the side of Jabranki and Mela, they still touch at the slight rim of it.
Jabranki finally taken out by GK. Team Secret had an idea that he's there. And Mela is like, it's him. And he's like, oh, okay, stay at the side, you know. Where is he? Oh, he's there. It's not me, it's him. Jabranki, there.
Oh, I don't know how they... Oh, okay, they know.
Oh.
GK knows now.
Oh.
Team Secret definitely wants to take the points. Every single point they can actually garner from this, they will take advantage of it.
There goes the pool party. Sorry, Mela. Have your drinks during the break instead. Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go. I mean, it's now just him buying for time, that's all. And GK, okay. But we've got to be careful because SERXIA wants to show up.
Yep, SERXIA taking advantage of their positions here with the walls up as well. So SERXIA, speaking of compound, they definitely want to work around with what they have. Team Secret still going in for the push. We talked about them do have some sweet spot, and now they are pushing SERXIA out from their hiding spot now, forcing them with a flush.
And here we go. Can they flush them out? So far, no indication yet, but looks like the indication came a little bit later. That is right now. RNJ got knocked down, but at the same time from the side. Flipping moving up by Soa. Team Secret managing 2 teams at the same time. Mega Mind cooking up his nade. Break gotta be extra careful. The nade might be sent across. Drang shows up as well. He knows that someone's in the building. And that is going to be Mega Earth, aka ERXIA, Mega Mind, trying to find a big brain move against Team Secret.
Oh, the next circle is super crucial. For Team Secret, down to that last health, but still taken away by Mega Mind. And I think it's stolen away last minute by somebody else from the outside. I mean, like, we're waiting for the kill fit to actually appear. And it's going to be MORPH also taking on a couple of players of Vampires on their knees here. And that's going to be a lot of points garnered by the side of MORPH as well. It's down to the circle, favors the north or the south. Who gets the better compound here between Vampires, MORPH, and SERXIA, as well as the last player of Team Flash.
50-50, but it moves towards the right. Not good news for Vampire Esports, plus they need to stay newsy. And they're doing quick. At the same time, shots fired on the other side. Tony K almost knocked down. That was a close one by Tony K. And his helmet is shredded. No helmet in Tony K now.
Totally vanish. But the taps coming on from Mega Earth. That is going to be trouble for Vampires. 2 teams at the same time, including MORPH and SERXIA as well. Now, MORPH, they have better chance of getting those chicken dinner based on the positions, and they got themselves the compound to work with. But for Vampires, down to the very last tick of health for the last player remaining, it's going to be difficult to get out of it. And SERXIA already scored himself double-digit eliminations now, 11 by them.
Oh, man. And they still have a chance to collect more. Okay, and they have the circle still with the compound. And we are coming to stage 9 soon, where the circle will close entirely. Mega Earth will get Tony K down, but Newsy is together with him, so the revive should kick in. But at the same time, the blue will be on top of Vampire Esports. I don't see them surviving the stage.
Oh, they will surprise us sometimes. I wouldn't put down entirely, but they got themselves some reset. But the blue zone that we're talking about, and Vampires like they have to push it out. But if they're forcing through, maybe there's gonna be some miracles happening for Vampires. Who knows? But Hazel, we're the one that's stopping Vampires entirely. I don't think they know where he's at for Vampires, so he's gonna be the bane for their existence here. But the side of XERXIA, who can actually try to force them out. Here comes Vampires. Tony K on Buggy, slowly pushing it from the blue zone.
And with smokes popped, Hazel will keep an eye on the Vampire, blind spraying into the smoke. Nuzi will be knocked down by 0. Tony K is the only one alive right now for Vampire Esports. And Tony K still has some space to play. I mean, for the fact that they're able to survive stage 8 is already a miracle if you ask me.
Down to 3 teams. Team Flash, well, number 4 is still not too bad, and I think they still score some eliminations down there. But for MORPH, this definitely not going to be an easy game to close up. One mistake, one miscalculation might cause them lose the entirety of this chicken here, because they just still have a trio, and plus we have Tony K on the other side. We've seen Tony K one versus against the wall, and he almost clutched that chicken. You remember that one?
Oh yeah. Tony K is capable of doing that as an individual player. So who knows, right? He will come out with a surprise. But now the fight between XERXIA as well as MORPH is happening, as Zero will secure another elimination point out of MORPH by taking Omega up. And Tony K, lots of nades onto him. He's just trying to evade every single nade possible, and he's still able to survive so far, but finally been taken off by MORPH. Tony K, 10% of health left, and it's quick work by MORPH to finish on the final player from Vampire Esports.
And he got himself second place, lasting so long despite we had Team Flash before, despite we have a different teams before XERXIA as well. I mean, for Vampires, that's a huge jump for their points as well, not just for the eliminations on that.
Yeah, no doubt. It is a big bonus, the fact that Tony K could last to the second place finish. But MORPH here, let's see. That is 15 eliminations by MORPH this round, so that's 25 points collected by them. Great work by MORPH. And even though Flippy did not secure any elimination points, but the fact that he had the job of focusing onto Vampire Esports, his role was crucial to not allow Vampire Esports to backstab MORPH.
Now, despite Zero, he actually dished out the most damage coming out from the side of MORPH just now. I have to give it to Hazel as well. His Nate's entry in towards all the teams just now was remarkable. These two probably going to be the pillar for the side of MORPH right now. Zero and Hazel with 887 damage and received quite a number by himself too.
And besides MORPH, XERXIA, who was in a good position to collect elimination point, they come up here as one of the teams to watch. And also Team Secret, who did pretty well. Vampire Esports, because of Tony K, came out second, so that also pushed up Vampire Esports as one of the teams to watch as well. And in general, all these teams had a full squad time of pretty high. It's like 25 minutes above. That's like towards the end. But let's relive some of the best moments here, brought to you by MORPH. Chicken dinner.
finally somebody put on hold for FaZe Clan back-to-back chicken dinner. It's gonna be MORPH this time with 15 eliminations, 25 points. But XERXIA, when it comes to the scores, elimination-wise, they scored themselves 12 as well.
Yeah, 12 eliminations by XERXIA by taking the compound, bringing them 17 points. Doing very well, I must say. And speaking about FaZe Clan, they are not even in page 1, so it's quite a big shift here for FaZe Clan. Well, but they did well for the first 2 rounds, so that's fine for them to drop around. As for the other teams, at least we see some improvement. Alliance coming in with 7 points this time. RRQ, okay, 4 points. It's an improvement from their previous rounds as well. And Alter Ego is here without any placement points. But on page number 2, so the 2 teams that did not collect any points, VOIN Donkeys and Crit VIP.
I mean, Crit VIP definitely had a better run in the previous Erangel, but for VOIN Donkey, I think this is twice in a row now in Erangel. They didn't score anything just now, right?
Yeah, it's either that or they only scored like 1 point. But yeah, it's 0 point round for VOIN Donkeys twice in a row.
Now, this is definitely going to be devastating for VOIN Donkey. We're talking about Super Sunday here. It's not just any regular group stage or, you know, last chance, which will not impact for the overall points. But when we're talking about, yeah, it's going to be Super Sunday that will impact their grand finals. FaZe Clan still stand at number 1, but MORPH just now that one particular round pushed themselves up to second place with only 3 points of a gap.
Yeah, I know, right? 3 points, and what they did well is in the eliminations department. So far, they have the most eliminations among all these other teams. So MORPH coming in with a different strategy this time. But on page number 2, VOIN Donkey, 2 rounds in a row, 0 points, so they will be pushed down by RRQ, who did okay, now at number 15. But these Xavier, what are they doing down there?
This is awkward. I mean, like, Team Secret used to be in this position last season. It feels like a flip of a coin between these two Vietnam teams here when it comes to the Xaviers and as well as Team Secret right now. Team Flash is going to be the middle pack. But we're going to have to wait and see will they come back here for the second half of the day. Because speaking of which, our Super Sunday only have very limited amount of maps play.
Well, but we have limited space for other teams because 3 of them is taken by members of MORPH in the top 4 fighters. 0, Hazel, and 2, Yul. And Mega might have to slide in between them with 5 knocks as well. So again, this is what Choo Choo will call the sad award. But in overall points, eliminations collected, MORPH, they did well. So it's okay to be up here.
Yep, I mean, they definitely secure so much elimination just now compared to all the other teams, and that gave a bit of a challenge to a side of FaZe Clan. Now we gotta have to wait and see. Next, we're gonna head into another Erangel for our last Erangel of Super Sunday week number 2. And I'm loving the fact, you know what, the teams that did not actually perform so well and did not make it for first Super Sunday push so much within short amount of time. In the case, it's gonna be XERXIA.
Yeah, I do like the gameplay by XERXIA, and I believe one of the key reasons is because Diehard is in the lineup. Ever since he's been in the lineup, XERXIA have improved significantly. So he is now one of the players that cannot be removed, not because of his stats, but because of the other cognitive elements that they bring onto the game for XERXIA. But let's see if they can continue to be consistent once we come back from the break, because we will have 3 more games to go. So before that, we'll take a short break and we'll be back after this one.
welcome back to another interview session after the break. And right now, joining me on stage, we have a team that played exceptionally well. Please welcome Vin Torres and also Ninos from Basqueland. Hi guys. Hello.
Hello.
So first question, I'm going to ask Vin Torres first. So Vin Torres, congratulations on the 2 chicken dinner for today. And compared to last week, you've shown impressive improvement in both the group stage and Super Sunday. And what changes did you make to achieve that result?
ก็ก่อนอื่นแสดงความยินดีกับที่ได้2ไก่สำหรับวันนี้นะครับแล้วก็อยากทราบว่าที่ทีมเรามีการพัฒนาอย่างดีมากๆทั้งรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจแล้วก็รอบซูเปอร์ซันเดย์เนี่ยเป็นเพราะอะไรครับดวงครับ It's a luck
It's a luck? Wow, okay. But I'm curious, like in game, which one is often come up with an idea of your gameplay, or you just like follow your IGL, or you discuss during the game?
ก็สถานการณ์ภายในเกมครับเวลาเราจัดการหรือว่าเวลาเราเข้าทำเข้าเล่นเรา follow ตามคำสั่งของพี่โค้กหรือว่าเราใช้ความคิดเห็นของทีมด้วยทุกคนครับ
ก็ทุกคนมีสิทธิ์ที่จะเสนอความคิดเห็นครับผมเป็นคนตัดสินใจ
Everybody in the team have the right to speak out but he is the one who make the decision
Oh, okay, Vintares. And next, do you think you can maintain this momentum into the next week and secure a spot at the Grand Finals?
คิดว่าทีมเราจะสามารถรักษา performance การเล่นตอนนี้ไปจนถึงรอบไฟนอลได้ไหมครับ
แล้วแต่ดวงครับ
Depends on luck
Depends on luck, alright, okay. And next, how do you rate your own performance and which teams is your biggest opponents right now, Vintares?
พี่โค้กให้คะแนนการเล่นของตัวเองเท่าไหร่ครับแล้วก็คิดว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนเป็นศัตรูแบบทีมที่เราต้องงัดมากที่สุด
การเล่นของตัวเองเอาไป100แล้วนะเต็มล้านนะครับผมส่วนทีมที่อันตรายที่สุดก็น่าจะเป็นทีมตัวเองครับถ้าต่อสู้กับคนในทีมชนะก็น่าจะชนะแล้วครับ
I will give myself 100 but 100 out of million and the biggest opponent is our team as well not the other teams
Okay. So next, let's move on into Ninos. So Ninos, first of all, happy birthday for you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
And how do you feel about your teams had such a great performance on your birthday?
ก็สุขสันต์วันเกิดนายน้อยนะครับแล้วก็อยากทราบว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับที่ทีมเราทำได้ดีมากๆในวันเกิดของเราเอง
ก็ดีใจครับ
I'm very happy
And do you have any plans like with your teammates after this day to like celebrating your birthday?
มีแผนสำหรับคืนนี้ไหมครับหรือว่าจะไปปาร์ตี้กันที่ไหนหรือเปล่า
ไม่น่าครับน่าจะพักผ่อน
Not really just getting rest
Okay, just getting rest. But tomorrow you have a day off, right? Maybe you can do it like tomorrow?
ก็พรุ่งนี้เป็นวันหยุดของเรานะครับไม่คิดจะออกไปข้างนอกบ้างเหรอ
นอนนะครับ
Just sleep
Just sleep? Alright, okay. And next, as we know, there's a lot like strong teams didn't make it to Super Sunday. And do you think that had an impact on your lobby, or were you just good, or you were just luck?
ก็มีหลายๆทีมนะครับที่ทีมเก่งๆหลายๆทีมที่ไม่ได้เข้ามาซูเปอร์ซันเดย์วันนี้มันมีผลกระทบกับการเล่นของเราทำให้เราเล่นดีขึ้นหรือเปล่าหรือว่าแค่เราเพราะว่าเราโชคดีครับ
ผมว่าทีมเราเล่นกันดีครับสื่อสารกันดีวันนี้
Our team stay the well performance and our communication in team is really great today.
Trust, you have anything to say?
พี่โคกมีอะไรอยากพูดไหมครับ
ดวงดีครับ
We really lucky today.
Really lucky, and I hope you get your luck on the next 3 matches. So thank you so much for this interview. Thank you so much, Vintares. Thank you so much, Ninos. And now, everyone, let's take a look at the highlights.
Took someone good. Yeah, that is a happy birthday entirely, ladies and gentlemen. But it's all about luck, really? Come on, FaZe lad. It's more than just luck, right?
They're definitely not giving away any sort of their secret recipe or secret sauce out there. I mean, there's some factors of luck in the game. We will never can deny that. But based on the back-to-back chicken, how lucky can you get in a day?
Yeah, I mean, if it's one chicken, then it's like, okay, maybe. But it's 2 chickens back to back. Come on, man. I would have liked 9 noise, but okay, we gotta give it to the birthday boy. I would have liked more, but we gotta give it to the birthday boy 9 noise instead to be on stage. But here are some of the great moments as well. Besides FaZe scoring the chicken dinner, MORPH also scored their own chicken dinner before the break, and they got very good amount of eliminations, 17. And they started off by eliminating all the top dogs here, which is the Xavier.
I personally want Moment give us a dance for the birthday of Nine Noise. That's it.
Oh yeah, it should have been like Nine Noise and Moment interview. Right?
Yeah.
I've been Torres,
I mean,
I know
would-
you MVP, but later.
Maybe all three of them can be up there, so Moment have a partner to present itself as the birthday gift towards Nine Noise, the birthday boy. But speaking of FaZe Clan, definitely a huge birthday present here for the side of their side towards their teammate just now. 5.5 average elimination. I mean, it dropped a bit when it comes to the last Wrangle map before we hit into the break. But I mean, it's something that's can be afforded by the side of FaZe Clan. But MORPH seems to me that they are on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, the points are not that far away, even in terms of these stats. Average eliminations only like a 1.4 difference, so that's okay. But will the tide change when we come back from the break here? So if you just join us, the first two chicken dinners were won by FaZe Clan, and the chicken dinner before the break was by MORPH. Now coming to Erangel next, it's going to be a final Erangel, and to remind everyone, this is Super Sunday. Once the 3 rounds are wrapped up, that's it. All points are locked in, and we'll refresh again by next week.
Yeah, now that's gonna be a good takeaway here. We talked about Super Sunday points, right? We have to tally up the score for week 1 and week 2 right now. And the teams that really in the need, extreme need of those points. That's gonna be one of them, MORPH as well, because when it comes to the first week Super Sunday, they're not one of the teams that actually be on top. So they got themselves around 20-ish by end of today. With this sort of start, the first half of the day coming up from MORPH, definitely have a better score for the outcome of second week to tally up to get into the grand finals later.
Yeah, so it will be important for not only them, but also some teams that missed out on week 1. So looking at teams like Alliance, looking at teams like SERXIA as well. In general, SERXIA have been doing well, so they'll be okay for now, that is. But like teams like Alter Ego, they need to just pick up the pace, and some of the teams at the other end as well, like RRQ for example, even like VOIN Donkey haven't been doing too well in the first half.
Yeah, I mean VOIN Donkey barely got did they actually score more than 10 across the entire? Not really. Same goes for the Xaviers. And speaking of the single digit teams, this is where they start to rise up the occasion. We're talking about them to make sure that they need to take every opportunity that they can present when it comes to week 2 Super Sunday. You know what? The one that will be the saltiest of them all probably going to be Roy. Like, if Roy actually plays, will they actually perform better than the teams at the very bottom here?
That we'll need to ask Doctor Strange if we have a different timeline. Then maybe I don't know about that. Oh, but we're gonna see for the first time Fluke this season. He's
Okay.
making his debut, and he has a very different style.
Finally, we get to see, like, how many seasons? We haven't seen Fluke, by the way. Ravenclaw multiple season. I think Fluke, maybe we had him a couple of rounds last season. Yeah, we definitely had him last season too, but never Ravenclaw. This make me want to see if they swap out Rosemary too, you know.
Yeah, if Tony K can be swapped out for Fluke, which is a surprise, frankly speaking. I mean, he helped me to get the second place finish, but yeah, I'm sure they have their reasons behind the scenes. That means that anybody can be swapped, even Rosemary himself. So let's see what sort of dynamics can Fluke bring to the game in the absence of Tony K.
I assume Mans need a bit of a rest here sometimes. You know, it's been back-to-back 10 days for us. But for Tony K, I think I did see earlier, Tony K feels like he's not feeling well. The way he got patches on top of his head. So I think some of the players now, you know, maybe due to exhaustion, they feel they need the rest. The rest is going to be super important for them to have very cool mind to get themselves into this Super Sunday. So not the best time for Tony K to swap, but hey, maybe this will change a lot for Vampires.
Yeah, so let's see what sort of changes will happen in the game. It's rare for us to see Vampire play without Tony K, so that's one thing. And it's also rare for us to see Fluke play because the 4 main players have been playing since day number 1 in this season. No changes for them. For XERXIA, they're still remaining with the same lineup, including Diehard in it. And as long as, to me at this point, as long as they have Diehard in the lineup, this is a team that is solid enough.
I agree. After Diehard swap in, I mean, usually it's gonna be the play that we rarely see when they're being swapped into the lineup as a starter lineup. There seems to me usually the case is gonna be adaptation will be a bit issue for the play that just swapped in. But in the case of Diehard, he didn't need any downtime at all.
Not at all. At least he has been doing work behind the scenes, being the coach for the team, and he definitely has a good view of whatever that's happening on the battleground. So he brings good value to the team when he came in. And XERXIA so far is still so good in this Super Sunday. Now we'll be heading on to our return of our second half of the games in Super Sunday, starting off with Erangel soon. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, the final Erangel for our Super Sunday week number 2. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm unbuckling myself now. Give me a break, just a bit. Yeah, there you go. We're gonna jump down from this flight after we buckle up, but don't do that in real life, guys. Not gonna happen there. But speaking of which, we have very north flight path, a bit towards the right side. This make me question: can we get Jogopul Circle now?
That is truly up to the circle gods, as it is very random. But if it goes there, then we all know who will be happiest of the bunch. FAZE Clan. South Jogopul is their home ground. They'll be hoping for that kind of circle.
We probably gonna have that triple chicken for them by the end of the day if that happens again. So that well, they did mention about luck before. Now, personally, you think is it major factor for luck in the game still?
No, if I were to break it down, right, they have a strategy. Just see, just reflect on how Ventorius positions himself every time in the inner side of the circle, and that opens up that space for teams to come towards him, his teammates to come towards him. So they have that, and they did that for like 2 games in a row, and it worked out for them to get that chicken dinner. So it's clearly more than just luck.
Yeah, I love how the follow-up from how Mormon opened up the angles just now was pretty quick, coming from FaZe Clan as well. But it's gonna be wow! I love this circle, man.
Well, Team Secret and PANDUM would say the same, but not for Vampire and VOIN Donkey, because not only they have to travel the most, but they happen to share the same area, Starboard Kameshki, together, and that means that the loot has to be split 50-50. There's a risk of shooting each other, and between these two teams, MORPH and Team PANDUM, they're pretty close when it comes to points, so they wouldn't mind taking out each other.
And speaking of taking out each other, we're gonna see a lot of transition gonna happen here early on, due to how far the circle with the rest of the teams just now, especially the teams that are dropping way far on the northern side. There's gonna be a lot of hassle for them to go through. But XERXIA, unfortunately, after their great run, it's gonna be the very lucky team as for the interview. Ventorius and FaZe Clan have probably the first blood in their hands.
Yeah, Ventorius going to say that, it's luck again. Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, that one maybe it's luck, because so happens XERXIA happened to be there. But good VIP. Not a coincidence that they make a quick move there, but for Mega Up, aka UFC, sieged down by FaZe Clan, and it's luck again that they got their second elimination.
That's deliberate, man. I have to say, my god, FaZe Clan, I don't know what happened today. Definitely have a huge change of momentum here based on so-called luck. Definitely they're not giving away any pointers out there for the teams that want to read them out. But I have to say, this coaching staff definitely did a lot of work with this revamp. But PANDUM, the Xaviers on the other hand, no, they cannot afford to get one player out. They're having barely enough points here today.
And one player out by the bridge, and potentially even more to come. So, but at least all the entire squad is still somewhere there. At least there's still teammates around for them to try to make full use out of this round. I'll be looking forward to see how Vampire Esports overcome this, because why? one thing is that they're used to dropping in the south area, but this time, because of the flight path, they changed their drop spot to Starboard Kameshki. So coming into meet the base, they have probably lesser of a choice, and their only choice is probably to come in later. So it's going to be a different way on how they're going to manage this kind of circle.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to teams dropping on the northern side, I mean, to go in now, probably not going to be the best time due to how many teams in the center around the middle pack as well. So they might bump into and have some unnecessary early conflicts, especially when it comes to the teams that don't really have too much progress of point here today. But for MORPH, well, they're pretty much one of the best team performing here as well for 2 Yule. I mean, when it comes to the stats, it's always going to be M4 or Scar L or UMP, but always by the end of the day, we get to see some DBS here and there too.
Yeah, we have seen his favorite weapon stats before, so it's not the first time that it came up for him. He likes that sort of weapons, but this at least on screen, the first time that we see a glider being used. It's not by Flyboy. Too bad Boom Esports isn't playing, but still, the Xavier.
Quite a risk. Now they lost one members early, but maybe this is one of the most safest rotation if you compare to taking a boat ride or riding a vehicle just to cross the bridge or even swim over, because nobody will try to find those skies or even look into the skies when it comes to stage number 1. So a pretty cool rotation coming up from the Xaviers, and that was a darn good gliding and piloting coming out from the pilot himself.
Yeah, Flyboy has a challenger now. So if you see Boom Esports doing this next and it's Flyboy, you know that it's like, hey, I want to show that I have good flying skills as well. I have the license, like literal license to fly.
Let me show you the real pilot, how they navigate throughout the skies, okay? Maybe that's going to be a showtime for us later on. It would be nice if we actually have a glide race one day for our show match before we start any grand finals too, you know?
Yeah, glide race. That would be a good idea. While you glide, you shoot. Oh man, that reminds me of Asian games now. Yeah, the glide and race and shoot at the same time. At least it gives a fresh approach to things. And your targets are like on air, and you need to shoot them while you glide.
You know what? They're probably going to be a good for grand finals in the future, like just for the sake of show match, right? Everybody have to glide to shoot targets from above, so they have to have 2 players and make it to like it's still a 4-man team, but 2 different gliders that they have to be on top of each other. Then about PANDUM, speaking of the bridge camp, we thought it's going to be RRQ all along, but today we're starting off with PANDUM scored themselves 2 eliminations across the bridge.
Yeah, they didn't manage to make it across in time, and instead Team PANDUM is the one to be the gatekeepers. So RRQ having a taste of their own medicine, basically. They've been doing the bridge camping for quite a bit in whichever midway circle that we have seen. Alter Ego, they're telling themselves that, okay, bridge, nope, I'll just take the boats as well as BTR, and looks like they will try to land themselves. But BTR, this area that they're going, last we saw this area was around here. So even after they dock, they might not be able to expect to loot up much here since this area landed this area.
But at least they got themselves some loot to work with. Compared to these Avias, they flew straight away without too much of looting. So I assume BTR, they coming in here a bit later than these Xavier, prepared to take the fight head on. I assume maybe because level 2 gears pretty much is pretty okay for any rush or CQC, or even getting those long range fight going. But well, speaking of bridge campers, I do want to see who is actually camping on left and right side of the bridge respectively.
Well, you'll probably get an idea soon now that Yoru is picking his way across. Nepeko, okay, be the sneaky guy. Okay. Nepeko knows this angle. We have seen him playing this top of the bridge before, but this time on the opposite side, that is. And he has to do it quick. Circles more towards the right.
It's going to be Talon, his bridge camping on the right side. Vampires, I mean, if they want to cross now, you did mention them coming up from north before, but we did not expect them to rotate this early. Because if you compare with VOIN, Donkey, MORPH, FAZE Clan even taking their own sweet time, despite they had a greater start compared to the other teams just now. Because of how they handicapped XERXIA down to 2 players, and XERXIA, they might collide with FAZE Clan again.
Yeah, and if it happens, then maybe it's luck to FAZE Clan. Yep, you read my mind there. But I do hope that Team PANDUM is reading the POCO's mind now. If not, they might be punished.
POCO, we've seen how he actually hike all the way up. He got all the time that he needs to actually take his positions up there. But last time we saw him, didn't fare very well for RRQ, unless the bridge happened to be like how RRQ played yesterday, right? Where they managed to push the numbers up, where the circuit just keep on being on top of RRQ. Now that's luck, you know. Back to a sort of Team Secret Talon. I mean, they tried to bridge camp. It seems like the bridge camping is not working out for the side of Talon because too many teams happen to be moving in the same direction at the same time.
Yeah, you can't use luck as an excuse there because they have the circle. So, yeah, only FaZe can do it that now that they still have a full squad. But the elimination feed is running right now, involving Alter Ego and Crit VIP. And I Am Pro now down. Rosemary is around the corner. His other teammates behind him. They should follow up soon.
Not doing any response on the side of Alter Ego, but for Crit VIP, our boy repositioned himself right on top of Rosemary. Rosemary knows exactly what he's thinking and tried to take a bit of advantage going there, but Helton taking advantage on Rosemary on the side as well. They did not expect that kind of respawn from Crit VIP. That was classy though.
Yeah, and Rosemary out, leaving only Alter Ego with 1 player. No way they can follow up on the Crit VIP. So Crit VIP back as a full team. I Am Pro will be safe. Alpha 7, he has no other options but to just stay as chill as possible. And if we look at around him, he does not have any other vehicles. So he's praying also that Crit VIP don't sniff him out. But Crit VIP, look at their movement. They're going towards Alpha 7.
I'm loving how aggressive they try to play along with what they have here right now for the side of Crit VIP. And, Alter Ego, that's a whole lineup not managed to getting any points here. Will they swap Alter Ego Rosemary next? I want to see that still.
Oh, but you want to see this. The POCO punished Dimsy. Okay, and possibly Maxius, but the bad thing about being up here is that you don't have much space to move around. So if you're spotted out, then that's going to be the case. Will he be able to survive this? It's looking very unlikely now.
Now, despite the bridge camping seems to be some failure for PANDUM here with POCO unexpected eagle eye and bird's eye view from above. Jabranki is definitely not happy regarding the team's position being knocked down by RRQ. RRQ is the ones in trouble here right now. Vasa being eliminated. That's going to be the whole crew RRQ again with no eliminations.
Okay. RRQ out again. 2 more rounds to go for RRQ. I don't know about this. This is an absolute turn of events for RRQ.
They definitely need to work things out. I mean, it happened since the last day of Group Stage 4, and when they kind of botched the entire day when they can actually push towards the Super Sunday. That when things started going downhill. But when it comes to Vampires, can they cross this bridge, or they're going down just like how RRQ does?
Oh, okay. Yeah, and Vampire also with a refreshed lineup with Fluke in it. They need to overcome Team Flash. They do not circle, and they need to win this fight before they're able to cut across this bridge. As they try to take down Kwang. Kwang holding the line in front while his teammates behind, providing cover fire support for the back. But finally, Newsy landed one on the Kwang.
That was straight next to him for the nade coming up from Newsy just now. That's going to be go time and opening for the side of Vampires to slowly push forward. Here comes Newsy. Can Newsy actually do it again? We've seen him going crazy and berserk with Fluke coming up for the line of Vampires. No Tony K. I want to see this dynamic now.
Yeah, here we go. Now you get to see the dynamics here. Shrubs gets knocked down, but the trade might happen here. Goes to 10% of health. He will be knocked down as well, leaving with the Batman alone at the bridge. Batman, let's see if we can punish Vampire Esports from this position. At the same time, the blue will put pressure on the Vampire Esports. Bryce play onto the smoke by Batman, but not able to get a knock yet.
Batman need higher grounds there, which used to known as Wound T, of course. But the Blues start to hit stones bleeding out. We're talking about stage number 3. At least it's still forgivable. But Batman, I mean, that smoke kind of make sure that he cannot see any of the play, but the silhouette will give away some information, or maybe you try to scope in. Here comes Newsy being fired on, but unfortunately his bullets down to the last magazine here. I mean, Batman, you probably need more than that.
Oh, that's probably what he heard from the top. Another one. Oh, not yet. Oh, take this one. Okay, here we go. Shrubs his turn. Oh, but before that, he's Stone. Stone gets knocked, and Shrubs passes by.
That's so frustrating for Batman. He got the perfect angle, but unfortunately he got no resources to work things out. He's the last member for Team Fletch as well, and every single opportunity just happened to wong by, you know.
Yeah, he wishes that he has his Batmobile to catch up onto them, but all this is stuck at the bridge. And look at this. Shrubs decided to pass by, but not all the way. And now Batman is stuck in between Vampire Esports.
Well, Vampire Esports down to only one player here. I think that's going to be Fluke, who's also bleeding out by the blue zone. Batman, you can do this. I mean, with Vector, come on, we can try. But Fluke, on the other hand, he just got sub in, man. And then this is difficult for him to just have some action in yet. Not yet, not now.
Okay, he's getting to his vehicle, okay? Let's see if we can do the At least it's a close top vehicle. Alright, let's go. Okay, at the same time, Batman is on the ground, so he has a different view. He can potentially shoot.
That's
wait. Oh, almost.
Close enough.
The blue should be
Close
enough. Fluke,
No bullets.
did he survive the blue? He did.
He survived.
Wow.
But Team Seeker's waiting. There's no Fuong here. If Team Seeker starts shooting, there's also BTR across the other side. I mean, this is no Batman anymore. There's going to be a heavy hitters waiting at the other end. Now, there you go. That's going to be Fluke. No more Fuong for him now.
I was about to celebrate the fact that at least he can be the survivor for the team, but, well, I guess it's just luck that they got eliminated.
Yeah, bad luck. It's luck. It's still luck, no matter what you want to call it. But for BTR, this is no luck. This is deliberate going into a side of Team Secret. That's also the other team across their side. I assume that's probably going to be the Xaviers. If Team Secret, they have to pick their points and whether to go against BTR. It's best to actually deal with BTR first, because of the high elevations that they do slightly have on the side of the Xaviers will block them from seeing each other out.
And the zone is starting to take victims. Yeah. Max has got Adiluk from Alliance. Okay, that's going to be interesting. The VOIN Donkeys, they are still tanking the blue. And there's going to be one active player left. I wonder how bad of a position he is right now. Because VOIN Donkeys, they are at number 16. So for them to go out at this stage is still not going to be good.
Thank you, Blue Zone. Let's finish off with another player of VOIN Donkey right now. A lot of players forced by the Blue Zone to get out from this lobby. The Team Secret take the fight. Wow, GK got on alongside with Drunk and Break. Shot down on tree player of Beta, and that's in an instant. BTR just ousted by the side of Team Secret. That's
BTR, the team that eliminated Vampire Esports, that's it. Team Secret. You blink and you miss a moment. 6 eliminations in the pocket, but the Team Secret has had another chance to collect more elimination points. And Drunk almost got the member of a Team Flash, and that's going to be Batman, the final member, and that is Batman out. Team Secret scores 7 eliminations.
I don't know how to feel about Batman. 4 elimination points. Not managed to take that away due to the reserve of elimination pretty low himself. But these Xaviers, those gliders play a big part in this. And look where they're at right now. VOIN Doggy couldn't survive, but these Xaviers made it through.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So the glider did really help them to get into not only the circle, but also now somewhere in the middle of the circle. And with all the other teams dropping out, they will have lesser competition in there. But speaking about competition, NKT. Now, there are other teams really close by below them, but they're just ignoring them and focus on to getting into this compound.
Yep, not worth their time, possibly. You're not my level.
Wow.
Yet. For now. But Pandum, on the other hand, they also will share the same as Create VIP. But I think Create VIP probably going to say you're not my level as well for Pandum. Just how they ignored entirely for the presence of a Pandum. But they will be forced to fight anyhow.
Oh, Crit VIP. Well, if they were to say that in real life, then it'll be asking for trouble. Since they only have 2 players, though. It's like, oh, we're not your level? You only 2 people? Come. Let me show you what Iron Get Break tastes like. Spicy.
But maybe they will surprise us if they can actually, overtake those teams. That would be a really good statement as well. Speaking of moment, a statement is being given by these Avis. Well, no luck for them this time for FaZe Clan.
6 eliminations, and so that's 54. And if you think about it, MORPH has only 1 elimination as of now. So, for now, that is, FaZe Clan is still at number 1. Okay for them.
Not too shabby for FaZe Clan when it comes to comparing even their week 1. Pretty much they got 30 points in week 1 with what they have here right now. Definitely more than week 1 already. And these Avies, on the other hand, they want to have a bit of a rise of their performance. Last week, they're number 1 at 50 points by end of the run of Super Sunday. This Super Sunday seems slightly difficult for them to have the same scores.
Yeah, Crit VIP. Let's see here. 4 points. But you know what? Sometimes it's like a blessing in disguise that a lot of points been taken by like the top 2 teams. So that allows, like, even though if like you only got like 20 plus points, but you're like at number 3, number 4, number 5, like top 5. So at the end of the day, it's about placements, right, for the Super Sunday. So it's not too bad. Hoping for like just FaZe Clan or MORPH to just take everything out.
Well, the one that will probably take everything out, maybe Pandum. Don't forget, they have 8 eliminations now, Cloud, with 4 players still alive. Team Secret also at 7. Alliance at 6. This is going to be the teams that, never under the expectation of any teams out there, but they will always surprise us, despite they're in the middle pack. But these Avies also might come back big. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see as well.
Yeah, we'll see them in action later on since they are somewhat comfortable in the circle. But we'll see Team Pandum in action by the edge of it. Stage 6 is upon us. And here we go. How far will it go? Not that far from the south since the circle moved towards the right. But the key team, D Xavier, they need to move now. And they might take that area in the middle where Hazel is at.
Yep, they might even just get an extra point. If they actually not taking a wrong turn to a sort of Hazel, right, they have to deal with Pandum first. Since the True found it out there, hiding spot for these Avies, or they can just turn it around the other corner where, like you mentioned, where Hazel is. It's pretty much will block the view to a sort of Pandum. But for Alliance, how to entry into it, because NKT and also Xerxia just gatekeeping on the north side.
Well, I guess the first answer is going to be create a smoke bridge and try to down and maybe crash into the nearest compound. So NKT will need to prepare themselves. Okay, here we go. Alliance starting their engines.
Can they warn their way in? It seems like it's possible. There's no view on the side of NKT towards that corner though.
Yeah, so they're gonna soon. Oh, but look at the elimination feed. PUBG got involved with XERXIA instead. RNJ took him out. And now Levi's is around there, but even so, Levi's is out or down. The final member of D Xavier, Lamborghini, is still on the outside of the circle. So now it's going to be real hard for Lamborghini.
Yep, unless if he actually wants to go divide and conquer for the rest of these Avies here. But it's difficult with them screaming out for help. Xerxia taking out now, Paragon. That's going to be 2 players who will not be safe now. Is Lamborghini by himself, and now there's no way for these Avies to go with the rest of the players that finish off Levi as well. Team Secret going against another team, NKT Alliance. This might be a 3-way war between these 3 teams.
Oh, the God now, 10% of health left. But for Alliance to crashing onto this compound. Not going to be that easy since there's a distance here. The other members of NKT keeping Alliance in the sniper tower. Oh, Leo is close enough right now. He could probably finish up Joker. One nade sent across
Spider
onto the top floor, but it did not enter. Second attempt by Leo now. This should do the job.
We're waiting for... Oh, that was a perfect need to finish them off. But Team Secret GK taking out Alliance, who's trying to cross over the street. And now look, going back to the sniper watchtower. Can he revive? He needs to reset on Leon first. But I'm waiting for this nade to drop. NKT fanning out. Azerja's going all the way to his side of back. Now Alliance forcing their way to his side of NKT. The goes on the ground. It was a random blind nade coming in. And Alliance, they might actually push NKT away here.
Yeah, and they got 7 eliminations so far, with Leon's being able to be revived. NKT now only 2 players on the lower ground house. The God is on his knees, so there's nothing much he can do about that situation. But Lambo fights back to knock down Dimsy, but still being denied away by the blue.
Yeah, the God ain't getting any revive. He didn't get it and did definitely not got anything. Well, XERXIA, more phases. We talked about how these Avies should have taken Hazel first, but it seems like XERXIA will approach towards his side before these Avies. And these Avies, unfortunately, well, we're doing a Lamborghini lasting long enough to survive till here. We're down to 7 teams. PANDUM, on the other hand, they've been quiet here. They got themselves 8 eliminations from the third party end, and even steals away a couple of knockdowns for their execution. Now 2 teams coming into straight. Team Secret walking into PANDUM's side.
Yeah, and Crit VIP is the next team to be eliminated. But I'll be interested to see what's going to happen at the northern side. That's the area where we have 2 teams pretty much overlapping each other. While Team Secret monitoring the situation from afar. And one of the 2 teams is actually Alliance. GK sprays onto the member of Alliance, but he managed to get indoors.
Team Secret, they try to break those double digits here. A lot of 8s down there. Team Secret, Alliance, and PANDUM, all of them got themselves 8 elimination. Team Secret just add into another one. Without SOAS, no problem. Still working quite well as a trio for the side of Team Secret, while XERXIA sharing the same sniper tower, watchtower with Hazel. I think they try to toss around the staircase here. Hazel, can he hold this as much as he needs to?
Yeah, now he's starting to collect placement points, so his main objective now is to try to hold on and wait for other teams to eliminate each other. That's the best thing he can do for now. Let's look at his utilities. He only has 1 stun grenade, and that's about it. Even his ammunition is not that big.
No helmet, level 1 fast, barely got enough reserve, going straight for the S12K, hoping, well, if he actually can clutch that one out, that speaks something else for the side of that last player of MORPH. But for Team Secret, on the other hand, they are getting themselves those elevations, the center of the circle, and less than 30 seconds away, we're going to shrink down to his last stage later on with 6 teams still alive. This is going to be one of the most team at stage number 8.
Yeah, stage number 8, 6 teams. Although we still have 15 more seconds, but I would say that, yeah, it is a huge possibility here. But Team Secret will want to try to wind that number down as Break will get a knockdown to Leon's. Ade Luke will be forced to go out, but then again, the counterfire actually came from the other side, perhaps. Okay, waiting for the elimination feed to roll, but it's actually Ade Luke who gets a knock, and now Jimmy OP will come in from the side to finish off JK.
Alliance surprises us, Team Secret from the back. I love the rotation coming up from Alliance just now, but they will come at a cost just now as Adik Luke being finished off in an instant. It's down to Jimmy to call it out for Alliance, Zewa, and KT. They have to get out now. I mean, it's going to be difficult to come out later when the circle shrinks and the player seems to be visualizing those compounds later on, but XERXIA will gatekeep them as well. There's no way out for NKT.
The moment they step out of this compound, that's it, right? And they probably have about 10 more seconds to go, so it's the blue that will force them out. Even if they can get into their vehicle, they still need time to gain the momentum, start their engine, so there's no exit point for them. Triple F knocked down by Alliance, and that's going to be the point given to them, but Spider-Tan is going to make sure that his point is not donated to any other team.
But we have our double-digit club here. Probably Team Secret want to add another one as well. 10 for Alliance, despite only Jimmy left. So Team Secret, they will have to find himself comfort zone here. It's gonna be the last circle. They want to be in the center as much as they can, because whoever gets chucked down by this blue is gonna be the end. But Hazel lasted long enough. But PANDUM spotted out Team Secret Braid despite they trying to get himself the center. Next is gonna be MORPH. PANDUM getting those eliminations as well. PANDUM is stealing everything away.
Well, at least for Hazel, he managed to survive another placement up. So now PANDUM, 2 active players left. Alliance 1, SERXIA 1, Team Secret 1. And Team PANDUM, they can still save one of their teammates, so they should be back as a 3-0. But Orange eliminated by the name by Joe Branky.
That was a big one for PANDUM to actually be handicapped here. It cannot afford to have that. But Circle, no more when it comes to the last stage here. The Blues then starts to shrink. Whoever got himself in the center, Team Secret, can they secure this chicken dinner? PANDUM losing their men. Jabrinki tried to revive on a tool, but the Blues are hitting it quite fast. And the Nate will follow up as well. They need to reset themselves here. Jimmy OP, sorry, Jimmy going in for the frag. Can Jimmy make the call to assault Team Secret?
Oh, Jimmy. He could be paying for Team Secret and indirectly helping Team PANDUM. And Jimmy OP goes down to the lower ground, finds a bit more cover. Now we're at stage 9, the zone will close entirely onto all these teams. Majority of them on the southern side. Jimmy OP staying away from both Team PANDUM and Team Secret.
Oh, Jimmy. If he clutched this chicken dinner, this is big for Alliance. But Team Secret repositioned himself, waiting out for PANDUM to start and do something. Team Secret, they're definitely aiming for Jimmy. Jimmy, he needs to leave and probably just gonna go south. But the Nate finish off. Tron got his revenge. It's down to 2v2 for Chicken, yeah.
Here we go. The high ground advantage is given to Team Secret as Team PANDUM on the lower ground now. But they have opened up the space. Okay, Jabranki's pretty low. This one Nate could take him out. Jabranki not really healing up, so he's probably out of healing utilities. Nate set across to Jabranki, and Jabranki knocked down by Trump.
Oh, next is gonna be a 2v1 Team Secret with the elevations. All they need to do is just shoot it out. They score out a jewel. And they score the chicken dinner from the side of Vietnam region team. Team Secret got themselves double-digit elimination plus the 10 points from chicken dinner.
And last we checked, they were somewhere in the middle of the chart. With this chicken dinner, it will boost themselves into potentially a podium spot. So great work here by Team Secret, scoring their first chicken dinner in this Super Sunday. And this is a wrap-up here for the Irango match. We'll be moving on to Miramar after this. Team Secret, while we load up the next match, check out the points.
It's gonna be 4, 5, 12 points, 13 points on the side of Team Secret with their last run of Wrangle. Yeah, what a push with 1000 over damage by Trung. My god, that Nate definitely gave so much value for the side of Team Secret. If they did not deal with Jimmy first, it's gonna be difficult for them to score this one.
Yeah, because Jimmy was behind them, backstabbing Team Secret. So great work managing the member of Alliance. So Trung, with the 8 eliminations, he's our MVP this round. 1086 damage, 245 damage received, 51% team contribution, and its survival time of 28 minutes 44 seconds. So this is more than half of the team contribution in the hands of Trung.
What a big yellow pentagram down there. Speaking of 23% of headshot as well, I mean, this guy, he did so much work. We just had an interview with Team Secret earlier today, I think, if I'm not mistaken as well. But Team Secret, PANDUM, Alliance, and SERXIA, what a day here when it comes to the push to shove, especially for teams that are in the need of points. We talk about teams that miss week number 1, week number 2, they make a change. But let's rewatch the highlight from Team Secret.
Well, Team Secret made the most of their Novo drop to score the chicken dinner, and it came together with 13 eliminations, 23 points by Team Secret. Team PANDUM 17 points, and the debutant of this season's Super Sunday, Alliance, scored 15 points as well. So Alliance also not doing too bad since it's their first Super Sunday.
I agree, and FaZe Clan didn't actually try to take those placement points. They're aiming for elimination, but when it comes to Team Secret, their performance in this map almost equal to the entirety of Week 1 Super Sunday. That speaks something itself. When it comes to their strategy of Week 2, very different. But unfortunately, VOIN Donkey 0 again. RRQ, these are the teams in trouble here right now.
Yeah, I mean, 5 teams from the Indonesian region stacked down on page number 2 as well. UMBT only 1 point and TALON 1 point. So something is wrong here. This is a very unusual chart. But where it all matters is the overall rankings. FaZe Clan still hold on to the number 1 spot, but MORPH is 4 points behind FaZe Clan. Team Secret, after their chicken dinner, they scored 39 points in total. They're in the same amount of points as Team PANDUM, but what divided them is the chicken dinner by Team Secret, followed by XERXIA with 32. So the points are still close enough to interchange for the last 2 games.
Now, when it comes to the teams that barely got any progress for the entire day, like you mentioned, 5 teams of Indonesia region. I agree, when it comes to Wrangle, this is supposed to be their forte here on the side of the Indonesian regions. But I don't know if they will try to take advantage of Miramar next, because across the maps that we had before, VOIN Donkey, this is awkward to see them down there. If you compare it with Week 1, I don't know, is it because of the dynamic of the rotation with the new team coming in this week make it so difficult for them?
Yeah, but it's not difficult for Trung to be the gunslinger this round. 1,086 damage, and also his teammate Break is together with him with 783. Team PANDUM, we got Maxius and Jobranki today. And if you look at Maxius' performance today, even though his team went out earlier, but he's still able to survive by himself. And that was apparent like in game number 1 and also game number 2. And now that he has his team together with him in this round, he's able to come up with the damage. So that just shows the versatility of Maxius.
We do talk about Maxius, but we have to mention about Team Secret, because they got the most eliminations out there with their performance here just now. And PANDUM, we can see how crazy these teams that didn't make it when it comes to Week 1. PANDUM and Alliance pushing the numbers with the double digit as well. But FaZe Clan, I mean, like, and they had double chicken today and back-to-back as well. So we wouldn't worry too much for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, 6 eliminations, they're fine for now. They're still at number 1. But will the numbers or the position change? Because we've got 2 more rounds to go, and the FaZe Clan is just ahead by 4 points as of now. We're done with Wrangle, ladies and gentlemen. And as of now, FaZe Clan double, MORPH 1, Team Secret 1. Only leaving 1 flag, that is a Malaysian flag up there. So waiting for either Crit VIP or Alliance to score for the Malaysian region as we head on to our final 2 games in Miramar.
Now, I personally want to listen from the side of Crit VIP interview if they finally can score the chicken in Miramar here, because of how big of a difference in Week 1 group stage. They had this sort of momentum, and they, when walking into week number 2, they kind of toned down a lot. And suddenly on the rise again when it comes to this week's Super Sunday. I don't know what is going on at the back and the side of Crit VIP, but they definitely got themselves some secret formula that finalized by the coaching staff, perhaps.
Yeah, I would love to hear from our boy personally, because it's his first time debuting in this stage of the tournament. At least for Helton, he was at Team Secret when they played at this stage as well, so he has some experience. But for our boy, truly his first time, and he has shown significant growth since week number 1 to week number 2. We can see that there are many great moments there by our boy this week as well. So if there's that one player I want to hear for, I want to see our boy on stage in this.
I agree, because last time we had that interview with Crit VIP, but it was with Helton, right? And then Helton did mention regarding chemistry-wise, him and the rest of the team can work things out because they played again with each other before, but not too much with our boy. But surprisingly, our boy is the one actually doing so much work alongside with Elton as a duo. We did mention about 79, Yuhai and Firen as a duo, the deadly duo when it comes to week number 1, right? This week we can see this duo seems to be working out quite right for them. And speaking of which, the teams that we also do know when it comes to great in duos is also going to be Vampires.
Yeah, which is a fluke in the lineup. Well, we can consider him as now one of the maybe duos, but to be fair, he only played like one game. And he didn't get much chance because he dropped in Starboard Commercial all the way up there, and then you got a mid 30 base circle. So it isn't the best of first games that Fluke had to go through. But I believe he'll be glad that Irango is done because you won't get a mid 30 base circle in Miramar. And for the most part in Miramar, we have been getting like okay circles. At the most challenging circle is the high ground circle. That's about it. Not like a Patona circle yet.
Yeah, I mean, but please no urban warfare. That's all I'm asking for. But this kind of raises another question. Are we getting Tony K back or not? Now, can Fluke actually get another game or not? Because I feel like it feels very different when they approach a game, right? When they approach a fight, whenever there's Tony K, there's always an opening towards a flank side, far flank, all the way towards an awkward angle that nobody would dare to do so. It's always been done by Tony K. They're lacking that right now without Tony K.
Yeah, although it's hard to judge, right? Because the circle was so awkward and that drop shot didn't help the situation. So I guess if we were to get a clearer picture, we should get it like in the following round in Miramar. Unless, the big unless, of course, if we somehow get a Patona circle, then we'll have a different conversation there.
I don't know, feels like Patona is a bit of a long shot and a bit of a dreamer for us to ask for. It's like Zaki that never exists, you know. But when it comes to Swap, when I would get back Snape with us, I personally do prefer Asar to play in Miramar. I feel like he's pretty much a high value player in Miramar. But you know what, Snape it's also good, but I wish they actually swap somebody else, but I don't know who they should actually go out for that. Maybe Fnatic? I don't know, I'm sorry Fnatic. No, nothing against you.
Well, I have nothing against Mr. Joe, my boy. I want some Mr. Joe moments, right? Come on, Mr. Joe. I'm a big fan of his moments. He always come up with the weirdest moments and he made it work. So glad to see Mr. Joe back. To the best of my memory, he has been missing for a couple of days now. And I got my boy, Mr. Joe. You're getting your boy Red Face.
Yep, this is the go time for Red Face. I assume every single time we're in Miramar, we should expect Red Face to come back, because it's going to be a crucial lineup for the last 2 maps of Miramar. Do we have another hot swap for other teams? Even Vampires. I assume we're going to have Fluke still going to play this one out for Vampires then.
Looks like it's going to be the case. No indication as the lights turn yellow. That means we are prepping ourselves to get onto the flight. Team Flash, also yellow. So happy. But anyway, Miramar it is, ladies and gentlemen. The first Miramar in the Super Sunday. Let's go.
Two more maps to go for the teams to prove themselves and take opportunity before we're heading into a new week coming up next week. And hey, we have 2 days off, yay! But not just that, just to remind you guys, comparing to week 1 Super Sunday, the highest point was 60 by RRQ. And that RRQ feels like a bit lost right now because it's a different team entirely this week. I want to see how much we ended up and what is the benchmark in week number 2.
Yeah, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. The benchmark last week was set by RRQ, Rex Regum Keon, as they were the number 1 team, but this is totally a different team. It looks like ever since we came into week number 2, it's a totally different RRQ. Even like the group stages, it wasn't the RRQ that we are familiar with. And even when it came into the last chance qualifiers, they were okay, but it's still not that RRQ. And coming into the Super Sunday, it's absolutely not the RRQ that we know of. So if there's any other team that could come out on stage to give an interview, I would also like to hear from RRQ.
Yeah, I specifically noticed that RRQ dropped their performance last week of their group stage when they had that 3 maps to gain from 67 to push up to the 90s or 80s. They didn't do so. They dropped it all 3 maps 0. That's where things happened really south for RRQ. And since then, they dragged that. I don't want to even call it momentum. They dragged that, snowballing downhill kind of performance until now.
Yeah, I guess to simplify it, they never bounced back from that. So yeah, I don't know. Some things need to be worked out behind the scenes, and only they themselves can explain to us what's happening. But at least this is explainable. The fact that BTR is being shot at by XERXIA, it seems, from afar, and they almost got one elimination, but they choose to leave it.
Yeah, they almost got knocked down as well, snaking their way out of those bullets away. Lucky one of them actually found themselves some vehicles. They cannot be too comfortable try to commit towards those fights, because we've seen just now that how many teams being eliminated early due to how low their reserves were.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like they have enough time to loot up. So they took their chance against BTR. Cool, they saw the opportunity, but they calculated that, hey, you know what? We don't have enough utilities ourselves. So if we don't get it, that's fine. We move on. And we're gonna check out a replay on what exactly happened between Team Secret and Xavier.
Oh, that's what happened. Lamborghini, that was a quick spray, but I think that was a bit frustrating for the side of Team Secret too. This is brutal for these guys to go this early aggression, but this is going to be live, this one. PANDUM and Team Flash.
Oh, lots of early fights this time. Okay, interesting. So between PANDUM and Team Flash, if you look at the overall, Team Flash is somewhere in the middle, PANDUM is in the top 3. But not only them, Alter Ego is out for blood.
We're having so many early skirmishes, probably around 6 to 8 teams right now. Boy Chill coming in with Rosemary, and now we're talking about Alter Ego here. Whenever they get chances here, they will not let it slip by. And that's 2 points at that too. So Alter Ego freely get 2 points, not breaking any sweat as a squad. They're going as a 4. I don't know, where are the other 2 remaining members of VOIN Donkey now?
Not too sure, but when they initially dropped, some of them went to Patona, so maybe they're still there looting. And with this kind of split, happened to be Alter Ego passing by, and it's just bad luck, as what Baseline might call it, to be taken out like that. But if you gotta think about it as well, the 2 players that went out, they were from VOIN Donkeys, and they're currently at number 16. 2 more games to go. At most, even if they put in performance, they will be somewhere in the middle. That is at most for VOIN Donkeys now.
Oh, VOIN Donkey, I mean, barely got any points across their day, the Super Sunday, which can be only 1 day, guys. But VOIN Donkey, when we compare it to week 1, they are doing okay in the top 7. They got themselves 39 points. But when it comes to progress, of the sake of progress, right, they at least they try to push the numbers around 50s and above for the accumulation of week 1 and week 2, because week 3 we don't know if they still can make it in or not.
Well, speaking about progress, Drunk has had progress as the MVP previously, and he also prefers the combination of M4 and Scar L in his favorite weapons list. And this guy came out with the most eliminations for Team Secret, and also 51% team contribution for them. So he's showing that he's such an important player for Team Secret itself.
Yeah, I mean, we always saw GK week 1, week 2 early on during the group stage, but now it's going to be the rise of Team Secret. But let's rewatch what really happened between Team Flash just now. That was the one that actually finished off the play of that one particular play of Team Flash. There's going to be a lot of pickups here and there and pickoffs for the team. So, like, how many teams are there? Like 3 or 4 definitely don't have a full squad now.
Yeah, so 3 teams with a handicap. And we'll probably add more to that list now with No Mercy alone here against Team PANDUM, and No Mercy got knocked. His other teammates, as we can see here on the mini-map, they are quite far away from him, and No Mercy goes out. Again, another early handicap for RRQ.
So many pickoffs. Mostly probably due to scouting work that they try to find those vehicles for the team. But speaking of those high grounds, we assume a lot of the Indonesian region will try to take Indonesian teams will try to get themselves those high grounds. It should be RQ game here as well. This is one of their favorite maps. Vampires spotted out FAZE Clan. We're talking about fighting against the same team of the same region. Oh, sorry, the same region teams. FAZE Clan and Vampire might exchange the bullets from quite a distance here because we don't see the follow-up of the kill feed yet.
Yeah, so it's luck that they still have no follow-up onto them. Yeah, so we do have visual onto them right now. They'll be back up. Mr. Happiness Moment will regain himself. So at least they also got information that, oh, someone's like at that direction. So at least they will be aware of the team from that direction. As FAZE Clan, they move on to another compound. Maybe they'll move away from Vampire Esports as it will give them a better chance of a survivability if it also means that they are able to survive above some of the other teams to maintain their lead.
Speaking of other teams, we have a new visitor between FAZE Clan and Vampire. It's going to be MORPH coming up from the northern side here. And it's Zero. He's definitely relayed all the information back, but trigger display wise, I mean, he's not waiting for the backup to come over first. So he's definitely got what he deserved, yeah, with the rest of the teammates quite still far away from him. Vampire, will they make a U-turn and just crash into MORPH? I don't think so. It's a bit too much at risk with FAZE Clan still watching from behind.
Yeah, FAZE Clan will be interesting, right? So it is now stacked up like MORPH, Vampire Esports, and FAZE Clan. But since we're about 15 more seconds to the next circle, so might as well wait it out and see where the circle goes before they decide whether it's worth it or not. For MORPH, they clearly think they evaluated 2 players there, not worth it to pursue, so they will move back to their team.
Whilst we're looking at Team Secret, well, they lost one player early on against PANDUM, if I'm not mistaken. PANDUM scored himself a 2. The circle move all the way towards Cruz de Ville, and maybe we're gonna have El circle. We rarely got this kind of circle these days, quite on the northern side here. Nobody coming up from far north. I assume maybe the teams that are coming in very late want to have longer rotation or just further rotation. Probably a BTR or even RIQ is going that side. I feel like RIQ is trying to resync and readjust their momentum and even the chemistry between the teams right now.
If you have a PA, then they will come out from that north side of Torre Ahumada. Will be a good circle for them. But yeah, the fact is that they are not playing. So those areas, if analyzed by teams with the absence of PA, they would have this idea that, okay, up there is going to be vacant. So last we saw RQ is heading towards the northern side. They're going to take that area where normally PA will play and come in from there. So that's good analytical rotation by RQ.
Yep, it's very vacant. Well, PA definitely not going to play 2 times in a row now. They missed the Super Sunday. Yeah, definitely they have to push whatever they have for next week. But the Lions! Talon the Moon, they got themselves those high grounds while they're focusing on to the side of these Aves. It's going to be talent shooting from behind as well. So overpeaking will be a big punishment for Alliance. Yeah, they have to be extra careful and pop the smoke in an instant. For Alliance, it's quite an open space. Talon, well, they have pretty much enough reserve to stay as long as they need, but unfortunately the circle will not be where they stand at.
Yeah, so they're going to move away from this high ground, and by them releasing shots onto Alliance, that will also give away their position. But they're hoping to also put Alliance on the handicap by trying to maybe blow up their vehicle or getting a knock onto Alliance, and that would give them at least a entry point into the next phase.
Speaking of the next phase, it's going to be less than a minute for us to see stage number 3 next. Unfortunately, not many teams will actually cross path with Fury here due to the bumps and the valleys, and between the uneven terrain, it's difficult for him to land those shots. We're already in stage number 3 very soon. No team being eliminated yet. No team left with solo players yet, except for VOIN Donkey. They have the least amount of players right now across the map. And Team Secret seems to be taking some of the blues, and coming up from right side it's going to be Alter Ego. And last time we saw BTR and RRQ seems to be very interested in the northern side. Would Alter Ego probably going to be looking in the same direction here?
Yeah, they're still traveling, so that's that possibility. But as they travel, they see Secret VIP in front. So let's see if they do change their rotation. But at the same time, might as well wait for the next circle. There you go. Goes down south. So teams on the north, BTR, SERXIA, RQ, even MORPH will be moving towards the same direction.
Oh, FaZe, what luck? Well, they definitely have their luck of circles. Yeah, they're going straight into the center. Might meet up with these Avers, but thankfully they're being separated by the street in between. Now, this is going to be down to where these Avers and FaZe Clan actually stand, or even slightly in the center as well. But we do know when it comes to this sort of circle, there's a street in it. They always ended up in between these two streets, like whether you want to take the north or the southern side of the circle.
Yeah, so that's going to be a slight of a roll of the dice, because stage 3 coming to stage 4, there's still a lot of circle shift later on. So teams will still need to kind of like park themselves at a comfortable position for when the circle goes away. And for SERXIA, they'll be fighting up against RRQ. Snape gets the first knock onto RNJ, and they'll be looking for the other members of SERXIA right now. But time is not on their side, they're on the outside circle, so they have to make this quick.
Yeah, it's pretty far himself, almost half a kilometer away, 500 meters away from the circle here. And speaking of driving on the uneven terrain and the high grounds, it's quite risky itself. For Die Hard, they definitely managed to revive on RNJ. Die Hard have to open up the flank, or even taking a bit of a jab towards the front line here, because the rest of XERXIA try to fan out. It's down to Mega Earth to make an opening. Die Hard will be the distraction for RRQ for now.
Oh, here we go. Passing by, he did distract Snape, but he gets knocked down at the same time. Die Hard, as much as he wanted to fly away with his vehicle, but Snape is there to give him the Avacadabra.
Yep, it was instant elimination, but next is going to be NKT and BTR. Speaking of Abracadabra, it's going to be instant eliminations here by BTR as well. In a flash, NKT have some trading blows between BTR. BTR down to 2 players. Same goes for the side of NKT. Probably going to be down to 2 if the very low HP players by the turn will be knocked down.
BTR still being surrounded by NKT. Sata will be knocked out by Mr. Joe. And now it's going to be all in on the final member of BTR, and they have been eliminated by NKT. BTR only managed to score 1 point.
Yeah, I agree. You know what? Mr. Joe, the unusual blaze with that vehicle in the middle of the crossfire. Nobody will actually try to do that and dare enough to do that. So, you know, the addition of Mr. Joe in this map definitely pays a big fair point for the side of NKT.
Yeah, and with that, they wiped out BTR, and now they move up to 8th place, getting closer to Alliance. So, by cleaning up BTR, look at their position up north on the left side. NKT will have an entry point, but the next challenger could be Vampire Esports.
Yep, Vampire, surprisingly, they had the center before. They pushed themselves slightly outward to the north and just ignoring Zeta completely. I think they are oblivious regarding his position as well. But for Alter Ego, this is gonna be them trying to cut across path with RRQ. And RRQ, the problem is they've been overstayed themselves in the north way too long. And speaking of moving away from the circle, the Blues will hit all these 3 teams on the north.
Oh yes, including RRQ. So look at the amount of colors up there. Everyone's going towards RRQ. What is this? Is this a buffet? Is this an RRQ buffet? Both MORPH and Alter Ego, make sure you buy a ticket, and they're gonna eat Napeko alive.
Oh, hopefully they're stuffed right now, but definitely not a chicken yet. RRQ, unfortunately, they will have to end their round here a bit early as well, but at least they scored something out of this round. They got themselves 2 elimination points rather than nothing. But down to MORPH, and the buffet seems to be moving for their taste and palate here. MORPH versus Alter Ego, who actually be the bigger predator amongst these 2 teams. Flippy repositioned himself the back line, but we're talking about the blue zone here. It will be painful because we will get into stage number 5 soon.
Yeah, it lies within them on who's going to be the bigger predator, but Looks like both teams are like, okay, we're full from the RRQ buffet. We will move on to get our dessert somewhere else instead. And the bad news for RRQ, okay, although they scored 2 points, cool. But the bad news for them is that these areas still has a trio, so they can probably be pushed down by the fact that these areas still in the game.
Oh, speaking of pushing down, FaZe Clan, well, they're moving down as well, alongside with Alter Ego teams just now. Here comes Team Torres, taking a bit of a charge against Alva, who tried to scout out for Mormon, but VOIN Donkey taking on XERXIA as well. What happened on the other side? XERXIA being eliminated early, but it's going to be Zeta taking on FaZe Clan next. What is going on with VOIN Donkey here today?
Well, I also asked the question, what's going on with Alter Ego this round? It looks like they are waiting for the Miramar match, and now they're going amok on the map. 7 eliminations now for Alter Ego, and they have not lost a single player. But let's see if Team Secret has something to say about that.
Yep, I feel like for Alter Ego, it's redemption time for them here today. And Team Secret, I really got surprised by those bullets. They did not see that one coming. Look at how aggressive Alter Ego players approaching towards this fight straight head on. They don't think even twice. They don't even think. They just do and they just go.
They will go and they will take out GK. And that's going to be point number 8 for Alter Ego. 2 more left for the side of Team Secret, the team that scored the chicken dinner earlier on. And Alter Ego, they will play for the inner side of the circle. Anyway, it's now Team Secret's game to hike up as Rosemary will get another one break. It's going to be the final man standing for Team Secret.
Oh, all across the board of Alter Ego players pulled out a 2 number there. And for Boychi, they just put their brain out after they enter into the Miramar. You know what? Put your brain out. Don't even think about it and just go for it. That's what Alter Ego is doing, because there's no downtime at all. You don't see hesitations in there.
Not at all. And with that, it brings them those elimination points. But we move over to Onzen's now. Okay. FaZe Clan, Onzen, Hazel. Oh, Onzen saw it, but Onzen's a little bit late on the trigger. And Onzen's now position compromised. Final member of FaZe Clan. We need to dance it off with MORPH.
Oh, here comes the monster. The monster. Here comes Alter Ego. Despite FaZe Clan being eliminated by MORPH, MORPH in trouble now. We're talking about the unstoppable beast is on the run and on the hunt. You don't want to face against Alter Ego is not thinking twice about taking fights here. But Rosemary leading the chart. Boychill cooking up the nade. Swap over to the rifles. Alva trying to give support cover fire, but Hazel will stop him from behind. But we're talking about the crazy Rosemary's on beast mode. Finally being knocked down.
Okay, somebody needs to save the beast now. It's going to be Boychill on his way. Yul gets away, leaving Flippy alone. No chance to save Flippy. So, Rosemary should be back onto the battleground, while Alpha 7 keeps an eye on the other members of MORPH.
Octa. Here comes the resuscitation or the rescue mission. For MORPH, I mean, like Alva, definitely not gonna let them slip by easily. But the Blue Zone will make it a force reaction to a side of Alter Ego force rotation as well. But it will be Crit VIP for their next victim. That's gonna be the last play of Crit VIP, I assume. No, not really. That's gonna be a Scouter. I am pro. I mean, this guy's not stopping. Alter Ego, they see something, they just rush for it.
Yeah, shoot whatever their moves. Just like what Parajin is doing right now. Up against Zeta. 1v1, and nice jump shot by Parajin to finish off Zeta. And that is going to be VOIN Donkey's out with only 1 point this time. And VOIN Donkey will remain at number 16.
These Avies, they need to reset. They got themselves the circle. But for Alter Ego, they will resort to get themselves in the safe zone first. Knowing the fact if they're a bit later, it's going to be tough for them to take this compound. Lucky for them, this compound was quite empty when they actually drove in here. MORPH got himself those elevations, but due to the compound, it's difficult for them to land those shots because seems like the inner circle start to shoot towards their side too. So MORPH overpeaking will be very punishing indeed.
Yeah, but he has to move forward. No choice for him. But this area, now they have Team Flash visiting their area. Parajin, this could be a straightforward end onto the final member of Team Flash as they go out empty-handed.
Yeah, it's going to be a Team Flash buffet for PANDUM and the Xaviers at the same time. What a buffet for so many teams out there. They scored themselves 4 eliminations. I think for side of PANDUM, they managed to steal a couple of points from that on as well. 4 eliminations on side of full squad too. So technically, we still have a lot off full squad except for MORPH and the Xaviers only. Seems to be a lacking of manpower down there.
But up north, it will be interesting now as we have Vampire Esports potentially to be in action soon. And teams close by. And we still have Fluke in the lineup though, so this is the chance for Fluke to really show his stuff. So far, so good for him as he scored one elimination point for himself. Maxius gets Nate T. Tuyul gets taken out by Fluke, and Fluke in action. Here we go.
But for Vampires, they need to wrap things around now as Aza trying to jump shot and take a bit of a leap of faith, and it's not going to be enough. But Vampires, they need to wrap things up quickly. They have to make sure they have enough smoke to cross the other side of the street. If not, well, they're probably going to meet their ends meet here as well, because it's difficult for them to delay their rotation any further.
Yeah, and that's where we will observe their utilities. I noticed 2 smokes onto Nuzi, so hopefully that's enough for them. But for the other teams that also need to cut into the circle, we have Team PANDUM here against Alliance, and it's a 50-50 in terms of circle control for them. But we move over to the other side, Alter Ego, passing by Iron Pro, and Iron Pro became their 11th elimination. 11 already for Alter Ego.
They're one scary team right now. Not gonna lie, Alter Ego's like... This is beyond a mock, man. This is something else entirely. It's like a different... They are not even human beings right now. They just like gone crazy for this team. Look at how they just so angry for every single thing that moves in the game. It was shot down in an instant. They don't even whiff and not even wasting their bullets. But speaking of bullet, I mean like Alva, the reserve seems to be a bit dry down there.
Yeah, but at least Rosemary has tons of reserve ammunition. But that's a Scar L. But hopefully they'll be able to trade off like ammunition between the few members. But before that, they have to think about winning this fight against Crit VIP. Crit VIP defending this ground without Iron Pro, their team captain, and Alter Ego is definitely on hot heels right now with 12 eliminations in the pocket, and they'll probably make that 13 soon.
They are hot steaming and rolling for the side of Alter Ego. There's no stopping these guys. The man of focus right now is going to be Alter Ego. It feels like a whole crew of John Wick going to do all their work here without thinking twice. Look at how they're just aggressively approaching every single compound, every single player. I don't think there's any communication at all. It's like, you see, you do, we follow. That's it.
Yeah, you see, you do, you shoot, we follow. Don't just, you see, we follow, and nobody shoots. It's scary that way. But at least they're definitely not lacking on the shooting department. Crit VIP now pinned down by Crit VIP fights back. Putran knocks down Octa. The other members of Alter Ego will be following up soon. Rosemary is behind the rock, but he will be knocked down by Halton. Crit VIP is probably going to be the Kryptonite for Alter Ego.
Yep, but for Alter Ego, they already scored over 12, like over 10 points and more than a chicken dinner. I mean, we don't even add in the position points and placement points as well. So even if they have to go down now, it's still going to be okay for them. For Crit VIP, they not just have to deal with Alter Ego here. There's another team coming in is a different factor for their survivability. That's going to be Vampire.
Oh, nice nade by Alpha 7. Beautifully done onto our boy. And Alpha 7 will want to follow up on this to secure those elimination points. Octa is bleeding out. Rosemary is out of the game for now. And Octa will be able to be saved. But look at the circle. It shifted away from both Alter Ego and Crit VIP.
Alva. I mean, like, Octa definitely screaming right now. Yep, they managed to reset and revive. Rosemary have to end his beast mode at 5 eliminations. While the rest of Alter Ego will try to do the deed for him instead. Vampire seems to be circling by the side of Alter Ego and Crit VIP. At the same time, don't forget about the teams in the center. We still have 7 teams at stage 7.
Oh, that number could go down now that Halton has been eliminated by none other than D. Xavier, who's climbing up into the points. 5 eliminations now for D. Xavier, looking for the other member of Crit VIP. And they're playing in the middle of the circle, so they still have a good chance of gaining more placement points. But for Vampire Esports, up against Alter Ego, Vampire Esports only Nuzi left for now. He needs a Nuzi performance as his health is shredded down. Final blow onto Nuzi came from Octa. Vampire Esports out.
But here comes here comes PANDUM coming up from behind to the side of Altigo. They're still licking their wounds. They have to reset fast as Boychin popped the smoke, knowing the fact that, you know what, we need the reset, but Boychin got run down, the vehicle in a crash. And Alter Ego, they barely have enough just now, and leaving with Octa left alive. PANDUM, they've been quiet all this while. I'm waiting for TALON as well to make some actions to go, but unfortunately, I mean, Alter Ego 15 eliminations plus placement points. That's more than enough now.
Yeah, they won't be complaining about that. But the ones that might be complaining right now is either one of these two teams, TALON and Alliance, at to fight off each other. Jamie OP is now down. Adeluke comes in from the side. Adeluke gets one, and TALON! They are losing this fight against Alliance. One more to go. And Adeluke will be the one to land it on the TALON. Alliance survives.
Oh, TALON, unfortunately, they did not get so much elimination. They'd be on the south all this while and getting themselves those high grounds. Did not take any actions till it's very late. But at least they got themselves quite a decent placement points. Back to the side of PANDUM, they got a couple of eliminations down there. Quite a number too. It's going to be 8 for now. The Xaviers, on the other end, quite a consistent team there. The Xaviers has been very consistent throughout the entire week number 2.
Except for the first few rounds that put them in the bottom, but they are definitely looking like they're coming back here. As for Team PANDUM, Dimsy, nice spray onto Lamborghini. Lamborghini eliminated, and Paragen, that's taken out by Oleo from Alliance with an 8. Xavier out, but they score 6 elimination points, not too bad, and now Alliance will try to win this against Team PANDUM.
Team PANDUM love this compound and giving it away. Advantage to the side of Alliance with these elevations. And not just that, this is going to be one of the best surface for Alliance to go and pick out because of the valleys and uneven terrain. All they need to do is just open up towards the right side of the circle and just backs up PANDUM to secure this chicken. But if PANDUM know for a fact there's nobody else on their south side, which can be slightly towards their left or our right, if they open up the angle, they can backstab Alliance back.
Yeah, it's possible for them to move towards that area, but they're also probably worried that, oh, what if someone's there? Okay, they're making their move anyway, so Achul and Jobreki is going to open up the space inside the circle, and now it's going to be focused fire by Alliance. Neons will get a knockdown to Achul, looking for the other two members of Team PANDUM that's still active, and Adeluke spraying down, and Jobreki goes down as well. One more to go.
It's gonna be a 3v1. I mean, there's no way Alliance will watch this one, right? But we're talking about Dimsy, one of the MVP player coming out from the side of PANDUM here. Smoke's been tossed and the silhouette will be seen. Here comes the rush. You know, it's only one player, so they try to divide and conquer. But where's the follow-up from Leon? He's a bit later here. Well, his teammates taking out all the damage, but Dimsy will take down on Adeluke, but no elimination till the end. Alliance, are they back here when it comes to week number 2?
And Alliance putting up the flag for the Malaysian region, completing all our regions here in their respective chicken dinners today. And Alliance with the chicken dinner, this is their first Super Sunday this season, and they're coming in hot.
I love the fact all the teams that's coming in this week Super Sunday really push their numbers up and make it so difficult for the teams that used to be super strong and dominant in week 1.
Yeah, I know, right? It's nice to see that shift, so that will make week 3 very, very interesting. But for Alliance, okay, how many eliminations is there? 5, 8, 9 eliminations for Alliance, so that's 19 points this time. With Adeluke coming up with the most damage, although he only secured 1 elimination for himself.
But you know what? He did so much work opening up so many angles for the side of Alliance just now. And I mean, like Jimmy, when it comes to building up the momentum, I think since last map, he was building up so much for the side of Alliance. And finally, they're woken up from their slumber. Here we have Adeluke back. It's been a while. We actually see Adeluke on the MVP board.
Yeah, I know, right? And he came up here dealing the most damage for his team, and that's a lot of work done despite him only getting 1 elimination. But because of the amount of damage dished out, his other teammates are able to secure those eliminations. That brought them that amount of elimination points. Besides Alliance, Alter Ego with their 15 elimination haul is also up here as one of the teams to watch, followed by Team PANDUM and Deep Xavier, the best performance here today at least.
travel distance wise, I mean, Alter Ego, they definitely won a heck of a scary team. But we have to tell you up the scores later, how much they pushed themselves. But let's rewatch what a crazy run of Virama here just now.
Interesting. Alliance had a pretty crowded side, but they're still able to manage to get this chicken dinner. 9 eliminations for them. But Alter Ego's 15 eliminations, that's definitely about the highlights here. Brought up 18 points this round. Team Pandum, 15 points, and D Xavier, 11 points. The best performance so far for D Xavier.
I agree, and for Pandum, I love this alliance and Pandum. They didn't make it through when it comes to week 1. I think their presence here when it comes to the team that just get themselves in this Super Sun, they make it so difficult for teams that used to be up there. They're probably still in shock, but XERXIA, unfortunately, after the brilliant run earlier today, it just put themselves at a stop. Same goes for the side of Team Fletch as zeros. And now BTI and VOIN Donkey, they barely got any progress. Same goes for the side of RRQ today.
Yeah, only 2 points for RRQ. But let's look at the overalls, right? So FaZe Clan is still on top. More pushed down by Team Panda, but the gap is like what, 2 points between FaZe Clan and Panda, and then you got 1 point between Panda and MORPH, and then you start to see a 10-point gap with Alliance. But gotta give it to Alliance as well. That chicken dinner pushed them up to a top 4, and we have 1 more game to go. Seeing that how close these points are, the podium spot could still change.
Yep, when it comes to the podium spot, I feel like with 1 more map remaining, it's possible that we have higher benchmark in week number 2. Last week it was 60 points for the podium spot. Now it's very close to that number by end of this map. Of course, we have another one. But for VOIN Donkey, RRQ, BTR, with that big improvement for first page, it means a lot of teams at the second page will have lack of points too.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey RQ still rooted at 15-16. But the Xavier with a decent run, at least they move up to number 12 now. But still the points are very, very close since we're only playing 6 games, so it could still change later on. But our top 4 gunslingers here. So besides Ade Luke, just because they scored the chicken dinner, he was highlighted with 1,000 over damage. But let's not forget about Rosemary, who became beast mode here with 1,170 damage, and he also brought in the eliminations together. So it's a whole package for Rosemary, followed by Adi Luke, and you still have Maxius here as one of the top gunslingers, and then we have Oleo in the chart.
Yeah, it has been a crazy run for Alter Ego. I mean, I wouldn't call Beast carry because the whole team carried themselves, but definitely they are in beast mode for the entirety of Alter Ego. No time to think at all. The way they approached this fight, there was within seconds just very snappy and very fast engagement indeed, with 15 eliminations, a lot of 9s up here, including Alliance and PANDUM, and the Xavier's kind of balanced out with their placement points too. Now when it comes to the next map, with what they just offered by Alter Ego, can they score this chicken for their end of run week 2 Super Sunday?
Yeah, it will be the best present for them. At least it shows like the graph goes up for Alter Ego and they can score it in this Miramar. Of course, it's going to be the final game for our little Super Sunday, and then we'll lock in all the points for week number 2. That time we will determine like how far is the gap between some of the teams to be in the grand finals before week 3, that is, and it will show how important week 3 will be for some of those teams.
Now, with this performance coming up from RIQ and Vampire, except for the Xaviers, of course, still have them some progress across the accumulation of points across week 1 and week 2, right? Even the number 1, 2 spot for the overalls right now of week 1, week 2 can get pushed down later today because of how aggressive these teams can actually get, especially the team that just get themselves their first ever Super Sunday today.
Yeah, I know, right? If any team who have joined 2 weeks of Super Sunday does not make it into the grand finals, that's a new record because there has not been a history where that has happened before. So teams like RRQ, VOIN Donkeys, you know, they gotta be super careful because you never know what will happen in week 3 if they will even qualify there.
Yeah, I mean, can they even qualify with this benchmark getting higher and higher and better? Because definitely if you compare week 1 as a whole and week 2 as a whole during the group stage, during the Super Sunday, the points keep on getting even further up. So I don't know about week 3. Week 3 definitely going to be crazy, especially when it comes to the circle, right? So far we've seen 2 weeks of very generous circle. Not really so much when it comes to those SMB, but week 3 will surprise us even further more. And I kind of worry for the teams that made it through for 2 Super Sundays, but their point progress is not as much as we hoped for, especially like BTR.
Yeah, even BTR is down there as well, so that's also another surprise, I must say. One more game to go, unless they can come out decent, then they will move somewhere in the middle, since we only played 6 games by the way. If not, locked in down there, then it's still going to be kind of scary moving on to week number 3. At least for RRQ, they were champions on week 1, right? So their overall points are still kind of okay-ish. But yeah, I'm just looking at like the worst possible possibility that it could still be overtaken by another team if a disaster happens in week 3.
Yeah, speaking of disaster, both teams that happen to be on top of the overall league points here seems to be struggling fighting against a new entry in Super Sunday teams. That's gonna be, of course, none other than like Team Flash, Alliance, XERXIA. So much has changed after these teams adding into the fray, but we talked about they cannot afford to swap Die Hard, but they're gonna make the change anyway for XERXIA.
Yeah, maybe they're out of steam, or maybe Die Hard's out of steam, so they swap in New Week for this final round. Let's see how much that would change for him. As for the other teams, I don't see any other swaps. Even Baseman, no indication yet, so they're gonna stick with the same lineup. And Baseman, they're doing okay. They just need to like, okay, this final round, all they need to do is to stay away from fights. Expect maybe Baseman to try to play in the middle and try to play the defensive mode instead, and hope for the teams closest to them to drop out. Let's see if that actually happens here in our final game for the Super Sunday Week 2.
eyes glued to a side of Empire's lineup here. They definitely will let Tony K rest for the rest of the day, I assume. Maybe he's in need for those rests for him to reset himself. But speaking of avoiding fights there, Cloud, with the very south flight path and with the teams start to go crazy for the eliminations there, despite they try to avoid as much conflict as possible, they cannot avoid the teams that are rushing towards their corner.
Yeah, especially if the team is called Alter Ego. We saw what they did earlier on. If they were to carry on the same pace, I wouldn't be surprised since it worked out for them. And the final push here is going to be the last round, and they have that capability of doing that. So teams who happen to be around them need to be careful. I'm looking at Alter Ego making an early drop this time, around the area of Minas Generalis, and there's a good amount of teams around the Vampire, Morph, and maybe even could VIP. So these teams need to be aware of Alter Ego around them.
Yeah, one scary team right now. I think like their objective when it comes to the last two Miramar maps, since when they're going tactical all the way early today, it did work out. You know what? We're gonna push we're just gonna put our brain aside. No brainer right now. Even the circle is a no-brainer by the end of this round. Is it going to be Patuna?
As long as the circle is still there, there's always that possibility. So not going to rule that out now. Hopefully Patona. It's been a long ass year. If we get Patona this season, I'm good. Like the door, I'll show myself out.
I mean, I'm definitely going to be super happy as well because this season, I mean, the circle has been very surprising with a very scammy and decides to circle till the very end, but never get towards the places. Quite a generous circle with quite repeating circles when it comes to week number 2, but we never get to see Patona, not even once in the tournament since last year. I mean, since early this year.
But we're going to see probably this early fight involving RRQ and D Xavier, two teams that wouldn't mind cancelling out each other. Napeko, he does have that one UMP, no secondary weapon, no other throwables, one first aid. So he'll take that chance. Okay, with a hollow, he scopes out and trigger, go. No enough.
That's tough for long range for UMP. But when it comes to teams that cannot afford to lose anymore here, especially, it's going to be RRQ. Yeah, they were in #1 spot last week. You want to push as much number as you can, right? Because it's so unpredictable when it comes to week number 3 with the race of even the last chance stage seems to be even tighter than last season.
You know what else is tight? This race between RRQ and D Xavier. And RRQ, they probably had at the back of their mind that, D Xavier didn't have time to loot at all, so why not try to go for it? But I'm looking at the ammunition of the Peko. And he's out. That's it.
What you gonna do now?
What you gonna do, boy?
Go and stab? Go and take Bashiri or even a pan, you know? We've seen that before.
Yeah, come down, come fight. You want fight? Come fight. And RQ just say, it's okay, brother. I see you later.
You know my level.
Wow. Are we scared?
I don't want to man fight you.
Yeah.
Not
you
that
know when
level,
they say that, I can imagine like this little guy saying like to the big guys like, "You're not my level," and he runs away.
Yeah, he just ran away after that. Not even walking away. Oh man, that's gonna be hilarious. Probably gonna do, if you guys happen to be doing some memes, that's gonna be one of the best memes you can actually try to work for your content in case. Do tag us if that happens and you posted it on social medias too. Now, the teams that we know they are in crazy run of eliminations there, who doesn't have a care in the world by the placement points, it's gonna be Alter Ego.
What's placement points? It's not in the
What placement
dictionary.
points?
Yeah, what placement point are you talking about, right? Alter Ego would just go like, bang, bang, boom, boom. That's all they do. And they definitely can do it. I mean, arguably one of the highest firepower here. And even if we look at the stats here, right?
Wow.
Average damage, and we talk about average, right? Rosemary is above Tony K and Ade look even. Like, we have lineups on the top fraggers here, and I guess by now it's really no surprise.
But I'm kind of loving it, the fact that Tony K can catch up to the average coming up from the side of Rosemary just now is pretty close himself.
Yeah. Even though he's missing like a few games, like today, for example, he's missing out on like at least the second half of the day. And Fluke was playing, but he's still able to like be up par there against Rosemary. So still gotta give it to Tony K.
You know what I really wish is to have regional clash again, but this time a whole world region like continent clash. Would it be that more precise? Like the best of Southeast Asia players to send across to fight against South Asia, to fight against even the West Europe or all the other regions or continents out there. If we can actually put Tony K and Rosemary in that lineup, that superstar player lineup, and imagine the price was like what, maybe 5 million for number one, total 10 million price, who knows, right, in the future. Who else would you put up to another two players in that lineup?
You know what? That almost sounds like a PMWI or PMWC.
But PMWI is like with their own team, you know. And this is like
it's an all-star lineup.
vote. Yeah, all-star lineup. All-star what, continent clash? ASCC, there you go.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, I'll probably easily put like the 4 players that we saw earlier on. So that includes Adit Luke in the lineup. Yeah, I'll probably put that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Adit Luke. Who was the fourth again? Was it Trong?
Oh man, I missed out on that. But yeah, but assuming if it's Trong, right? I think Trong would warrant himself as well.
I agree. I mean, like, that two players definitely going to be on top. Well, we're going to wait and see if there's any potential for the other team or individuals that can actually match up to Tony K and Rosemary at this point after the end of this league and this season.
Yeah, so it will be like consistent throughout the end of the season, right? Like now we're still in the middle, and those are the stats. But the faces could change. Who knows? Somebody from like RQ, for example, maybe in the POCO all of a sudden shows up next week, or maybe Mr. Joe might show up. And I would definitely say, Mr. Joe, my boy, number 1 in the lineup. Let's go.
Well, he's thinking outside of the box, so I'm probably gonna, you know, consider him as well, because he's one of the players that actually do have weird creative ideas that actually might work.
Yeah, sometimes you just need those big brain moments, right? And Mr. Joe is the one that's one of those players who's capable of coming out with those big brain moments. We saw a slight moment early on with how he uses vehicles in the middle of a gunfight when everyone is shooting. He just like casually just drives by and gets a knock. So this guy is just, you know, game sense, just one of a kind.
For me personally, Spider 10 will actually probably mate towards that lineup too, you know.
Yeah, Spider 10 actually has been pretty consistent for NKT overall. So yeah, a good consideration there. Now that I think about it as well, just for the memes, Momon in it. But not really meme, right? He's a performing player, but you know, just to add some extra entertainment to the lineup.
Yeah, but I wish we have all 4 regions in a lineup player, so it's gonna be quite interesting when it comes to their language for communication. But the circle just shifted away. Will we have Chumasera circle? Possibly we might. I just hope the circle will move away from Los Leones, but there will be latecomers as well coming out from MORPH. But southern side, when it comes to the high grass valley, we have this circle so many times by now. I think everybody prepared for the fight in the very south.
Yeah. So that's how we can see like some of the high ground is taken by teams now, including TALON, who's already there. So limited amount of space on the high ground. Teams who want to come in a little bit later, we want to consider some of the lower ground areas to play with. Plus, there's still a good chance that Circle will go there anyway. But it's a Los Leones. Look at this. We already have like 3 teams here, including Vampire, Alliance is their home ground anyway, and Alter Ego says hello.
It's supposed to be a checkpoint only for these teams, knowing the fact the circle might actually not be here till the very end. But for Alter Ego, they need to follow up to the side of Boychill. If not, he'll be knocked down anytime soon if they don't have smokes for him to get away from the gaze of Jimmy and also Adik Luke just now of Alliance.
And Alliance would have an advantage here, right? If you think about it, like they know these plays like the back of their hand, so they should have a good, good block here for Alter Ego and also maybe Vampire, as they are currently holding down their ground. It's just that because it's an urban area, so to get a direct line of sight to shoot is not going to be that clear.
Yep. Too many buildings in between. We know this. We've seen this. We don't want this fight. Let's get out, everybody. Just go. Circle. Stop making false hope for these players in Los Leones anyways. But with 40 seconds to go, I think everybody tried to loot up as much because southern side, not many compounds to reloot and refresh and replenish your resources. So might as well stock up before they rotate here. While the other teams we're talking about, only 3 teams of 4 on top of Los Leones. The others already on the high grounds of South Los Leones by now.
I wonder if Xavier, at least the other players have that high ground. Okay, now we have a good view. Parajin has one of them. They're quite spread out right now around the area of Chumacera, and Parajin giving signal to the other teams to not come by. So Xavier somewhat has this left side circle pretty much secured. But will it still be valuable for them? We'll be seeing the next circle. Partly yes.
Might be out if circle pull all the way south. It's gonna be a high value Chumacera high grounds, and when it comes to Chumacera, the compounds down there will work as well for the teams that are coming in some sort of later, like XERXIA example. It would be great for them to scout that compound right now, but RRQ, they are in trouble. They don't have any elimination points yet. The moment they just go in and swap for their guns, NKT don't even give them any room to think.
Well, Mr. Joe didn't have the room to think as well. Let's got knocked down now. He's down to Joker to get to his Spider's hand. He goes in. And with the Astov K, no mercy, still on the outside, pretty low. Joker healing up Spider's hand, searching for the final few members of RRQ as they will secure their points out of RRQ. And RRQ, they will be locked in at number 54 now, unless VOIN Donkey overtake them.
This is a very different set of RRQ compared to week 1. What happened to that RRQ? They didn't bounce back after their group stage performance. That, you know, 0 points across 3 maps since the group stage until now seems to be still in that kind of mindset, or I don't know, mental block they have to fight against.
I don't know who they are by now. This is not the RRQ that I know of. But Rosemary eliminated. Okay, an early elimination for Beast Mary here. No longer able to turn up the Beast mode. They will start to move away from Lost Learn. The circle is no longer there. Alliance is out as well. And Alter Ego with 3 plays without Rosemary will need to face up the challenge of other teams that are waiting by. Crit VIP, one of them.
Well, Crit VIP definitely wants to take up the challenge. We can see that today they have not backed down from any sort of fight unless it's necessary for the team. So for a boy, I think he will try to fight back, but it will be interesting if they happen to collide here now. And since they spotted out a couple of plays from Crit VIP before for Alter Ego, they take a bit of a longer rotation to go all the way towards the north, since they have some grounds to play with and high grounds as well around the valleys. Problem is the Blues are still gonna take their HP away.
Yeah, so they need to find a way in somehow. But look at like the borderline, right? We have at least 3 other teams there. But Alva knocks down Hazel. Oh, Mr. Joe knocked down again, but this time by Redface and Alter Ego. They land onto the compound where MORPH is at, and Zero is the only one here.
Here comes the nades coming in like it's hot. They're dropping in, and Alter Ego trying to find that MORPH player. He's been surrounded right now. Felipe, I think he's starting his engine and just gonna arrive, but the rest of MORPH, they're willingly giving their body one by one because that was a fast execution by Octa just now.
Oh, but they have to recover quickly because Crit VIP could come by next. And now, 1v1 fight, and they're dancing around. Here we go. Oh, man. Oh, but then again, the follow-up happened just in time. But now, Crit VIP is overlooking the situation. So they have to reset quickly right now. Oh, Alliance will stall Crit VIP.
A 3-way war, perhaps, if Alter Ego want to have a chip of Crit VIP. If that happens, and that's going to be the case, Definitely Alter Ego and Alliance will hand down or sandwich Create VIP in the center. Unfortunately, nobody can save Create VIP Iron Pro, leaving with our boy, the last remaining member of Create VIP now. For Create VIP, so far they only have 1 eliminations. If they got eliminated here early, well, there's gonna be only 1 point for you today for ending your run in the Super Sunday.
Yeah, it doesn't help that there are many other teams still alive below them. But Alliance looks like they skipped our boy, so our boy is still okay. But he does have circle though. Still gonna be a big mess here for our boy to try to not only get into the circle, but he has to cross the road.
A lot of work. Are we talking about aggressive teams down there? Probably best to have a couple of smokes before he starts to leave. Alliance spotted out Iron Pro just now. Well, we do know that's going to be the last boy left for side of Create VIP. Talon, on the other hand, a clear entry towards the side of southern side of circle, because a lot of teams are already in the center of the circle of Chimasera anyways. Create VIP, a boy, despite solo player, is going to take up the challenge by himself. Can he clutch the entire crew of Alter Ego now?
It almost came to fruition. But boys here will deny that away from our boy, and they will go out with 1 elimination point. Our boy almost got the entire Alter Ego.
It did not translate into points of execution. It just now Octa. Boychen gave up. You know what, Octa? You cannot say quietly. You know, I'm gonna leave you behind.
Stop moving like a baby. Okay, you want to be a baby? You stay out, okay? You stay away. I can handle this myself. I'm the big boy.
He keeps moving when his teammates trying to carry him up, and he gave up. Next, XERXIA and PANDUM. Look at the spread from PANDUM. I mean, like, Dimsy is a bit far though.
Playing as a support, a fire from the back. Okay, let's see if they will be able to get something out of this, because XERXIA, they do have this building, so Dimsy will not be able to get a good clear shot. RNJ playing the support fire as well. Okay, pretty much in the same situation. But we can see that on the minimap, another team's coming by.
Team Flash.
So third party perhaps by Team Flash.
Team Flash happily take this match into their hands. Look at how they're circling around the corner, waiting for opportunity every single second here. RNJ lucky for the side of XERXIA. They open up the angle so far. The RNJ can feed off the information to a side of XERXIA if Team Flash happen to take advantage. But it's going to be PANDUM first for the target here. PANDUM, they're being squashed down 2 ways against Team Flash and XERXIA at the same time.
Well, Batman looking for more. Tapping it away with a mini 14. Switching to an M4 now. And Kwang will want to try to find more out of this. But at the same time, we'll monitor the circle. FaZe Clan as expected. They play in the middle circle, stay away from all the fights, hoping for teams below them to eliminate each other and gain placement points later.
I want to see, can FaZe Clan score that 3rd chicken in the day? Yeah, when it comes to getting those circles and try to defend as much as they can, they still have a full squad if I'm not mistaken, or maybe it's a trio. But we're not done for Alter Ego. Last player still stands in the blue zone. Unfortunately, after the crazy run and crazy hunt before this, they're down to only 1 player left. Boy Chill to survive. And Cheeky definitely had him locked. But wait a second.
Wow, hold your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Boy Chill not going down without a fight and should be able to secure the 1 elimination. No! Not at least that 1 more. And Alter Ego, they will not be dominating with the 5 eliminations. Instead, they will end their round with 4.
At least he still got himself the top 10 for now. For now, there's still a lot of teams still alive down there. 12 teams remaining at stage number 5. And Talon, will they follow pursue in the steps of Alter Ego? Will it be NKT?
Well, for right now, oh, wait a second. Hold that thought on. Nui naded down. Nice nade by Team PANDUM. And if they go and see Nui, they could probably be taken out as well. But Joe Branky followed up with a shot. Take down Earth. And Team C will come in with the DBS, looking for the other members of XERXIA. On his left side, the smoke is blocking his view. Megamind is the one behind the tree. Spots a knot and another knot with the DBS. 1 more to go, that's going to be RNJ. RNJ fires back on Dimsy.
I'm surprised PANDUM survived this long with Team Flash stealing away at the last minute, because last time we saw PANDUM, they're being pinned down by 2-3 teams. Here comes another push by these Avies as well as Team Flash at the same time. I mean, give PANDUM a break, guys.
Man, PANDUM Without a break, they are now at number 1. But let's not forget, FaZe Clan is still in the game. And Team PANDUM, they only have 1 player left. Xavier looking at Team Flash, and they were coming from the outside the circle. Team PANDUM, Jobranki being the last man standing. FaZe Clan is hoping for him to be eliminated, so FaZe Clan has a chance to overtake them again.
Xavier still have a full squad. We only see 2 of them just now. PANDUM Jubranki, I don't know how he made it, but he still survived as last solo player. They've been sandwiched so many times by forwards out of PANDUM, but well, Zeus down Jubranki. He's still gonna go for it.
Well, and finally out thanks to Kwang, and Team PANDUM secures 4 eliminations, and that's about it. So they are at 58 points, no further placement points. So FaZe Clan just need 2 points to overtake Team PANDUM. MORPH is out. Alliance is the next possible contender for the number 1 spot out of FaZe Clan.
It's gonna be the battle of the northwest here with the high ground still inside of a circle. But next 20 seconds, we get to know these teams. Is it gonna be worth for them to extend their stay here for the fight? Don't forget, BTR across the other side is watching, but unfortunately for BTR, it's going to be some long shots coming across the other side of the mountain down there. Here comes the truth of the circle. Will it be FaZe Clan? Well, high chance it will be.
Yeah, and they're going to tell you luck again. But Xavier now, no luck for them. Their circle didn't move away. So they have to win this fight. TALON is behind them as well. So they are technically managing 2 teams at the same time. More towards Team Flash. As Team Flash will want to take them out as well. Team Flash, they have a bit of a geographical advantage against Xavier as Levi's to pick up this nade and will toss it onto the other side. Kwang did take a bit of damage, but he's still alright.
Oh, Batman, he just whiffed it slightly bit against Origin, but Batman got so many angles to take care of. He needs to revive his teammate as well. Where is Gosu right now?
Gosu, where are you? Okay, he's probably behind. Okay, now we have Rosu coming in as well. But Nate not able to pick up his teammate just yet. Nate has high ground advantage against Gosu. Gosu cooking up that nade. There will be a shot toss. And that shot toss nade worked out well for Gosu. They save it out. No points for them.
Unfortunately, 0 eliminations down there, and they at 10 spots, so barely got enough even for the placement points. Now back to the side of Team Flash, 9 elimination across the board, the highest when it comes to their performance. They did not even make it for week 1 Super Sunday, and look where they at when it comes to week number 2.
I know, right? Man, that's a huge swing there for them. And a huge swing for some of the teams that actually was in Super Sunday last week. But BTR has a chance to overtake Xavier, so they are still out the full squad. Void Donkeys as well, looking to overtake RRQ at least, as Void Donkey tries to travel inside, and Team Secret is there to stop them.
Now for Trong, I'm looking at their troubles right now. So was pretty low himself. The only one that with most troubles is going to be Trong. So like it or not, he has to open up the space for the team. And if any of these nades connect, that's going to be an opening for the side of Team Secret. It's going to be go time. Go time is now. There's going to be not much of Void Doggy players left, but he needs another knock to make a rush for the team as well. Vaxi managed to take covers a bit later for their follow-up. Yeah, Void Doggy will have the rescue going on. Maybe because Team Secret also busy with the shots coming out from BTR across the other side of the street.
Yeah, BTR basically doing Void Donkeys a favor there by stopping Team Secret at their tracks. But look at the elimination with Leons. Looks like they're in a fight with Vampire Esports elsewhere. Nuzi will be knocked down by Ade. Look, Leo gets Nuzi out of the game. Alliance secures their 4th elimination point. Schwabs fires back onto Oleo, but Vampire still wet out, and they secure 1 placement point.
Yeah, at least Voin Donkey do last a bit longer than the previous run for the entire day. Same goes for the side of BTR. They definitely needed more points here when it comes to comparing week 1 and week 2 performance. But speaking of Talon, it's going to be Talon. Axel, the only one pressuring to a side of BTR, surprisingly. It's going to be a 2v4.
And Axel rushing in, 10% of health. He does not have any healing utilities at all. No throwables. Okay, he does have bandages. That's probably about it. Redface is going to come in for the other building. Transport other members of BTR. He sees Satar, but Redface, the moment he showed himself, he got the knock, but he got knocked down back instead.
Satar He's actually taking the lead for the elimination. The jump shot will not happen for Axel, unfortunately, but it's going to be a big win for BT. What they needed all this time. It's going to be those points, and they might actually going to go for the rescue, but Team Flash already arrived. They are definitely not happy. They want to go for the eliminations there from on top. Team Secret do have those elevations, and they will gate Team VOIN Donkey from advancing towards the circle.
Well, speaking about getting into the circle, Team Secret needs to do the same. But they sent out 2 players to scout out the next entry point at least. But for VOIN Donkeys, yeah, this could probably be the end for them unless the Team Secret somehow opens up a space. But for Jimmy OP, 1 nade and Jimmy OP, the end to him by Batman.
Team Flash now running amok next with 3 players, 12 elimination. I mean, we have 5 teams remaining, but they are the only teams that are breaking the numbers here across the board, and they're not stopping as well. They even got themselves maybe on the southern side of, on the northern side of the circle, but VOIN Donkey, Team Secret not gonna, yeah, that's gonna be an easy elimination from Team Secret.
Yeah, that was expected by Team Secret. They're just waiting for the right timing for VOIN Donkeys to come out of their hiding spot. As Team Secret secures 5 eliminations at least. Team Flash now. Team that's currently hot. Going up against Team Secret next. And they will toss that 1 nade onto Soas. Soas takes a lot of damage.
And so was another nade being tossed by Kwon. It was close enough. Team Flash down to 2 players, but they're not stopping their steps here. Batman with 5 eliminations will be not in this last top 4 right now, so they have to work things out as a duo for Team Flash. While FaZe Clan down to 3, BTR do have a full squad now. Can they utilize their members here? Well, Team Secret a bit busy against Team Flash, down to 1 player.
Yep, from the high ground, Break gets 1, and Team Flash still on the lower ground against Team Secret. And Team Flash, 1 player left in the middle of this war zone. BTR on the other side, still with a full team. All these teams currently in circle, and we still have stage 8 coming up soon. While FaZe Clan, they're monitoring the situation at this moment. Probably going to steal away a couple of elimination points if they have the chance. But in 3 more seconds, here we go. Zone, it will favor FaZe Clan still.
What a luck. I assume this is pure luck, but when it comes to the circle, but they did manage to score themselves the center quite early on. So FaZe Clan, can they close the triple chicken in a day? Team Secret do have a 4-member day. When it comes to numbers, they definitely have advantage. But Kwang is not going out without a fight. If you want to go down, we'll take you down with me.
Yeah, so they're going in for it. But Drugsaber will say, I will take you down. I am the MVP. I am the 51% team contribution. I will be the one to eliminate you.
Speaking of I and me, and FaZe Clan definitely not gonna say we. They left with only 2 players here. While BTR, I mean, like, when are they gonna take some action? Such as knockdown. And Team Secret, they are still on the move and on the run. FaZe Clan, they have a bit of a crate situation here. BTR tried to take them down, but Team Secret will be the third party.
And FaZe Clan, it's time for them to get in action though. No eliminations. They're in top 3 right now. And let's see how many points they can get out of this more. Team Secret, GK gets a knockdown to Lapa. Lapa take it out, and GenForce down as well. Nice spray by GK there. 2 back-to-back.
GK, keep going. I mean, this is one of the players that we do know what he's capable of across the entirety of this season. But here comes the net flying over to a side of Team Secret as well. Trung is knocked down by Jennifer, follow up by that explosion by XERXIA, and so was dropped his molly before he's been dropped to his knees. Unfortunately, Beta being eliminated first. FaZe Clan versus Team Secret.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they have to take advantage of this while Team Secret is still licking their wounds with the blue behind them. Mela tossed a nade towards a break, but it fell a bit too short there. While on the other side, Onzen is trying to open up the space. They do have the middle of the circle, but circle does not matter now, as now we are in stage 9.
Is it pure luck or just pure skills? We're gonna have to wait and see. Can FaZe Clan secure triple chicken in a day? We haven't got that yet so far when it comes to the entirety of this season. This might be another record held by FaZe Clan if they finish this strong. But Team Secret, they definitely won the points more than FaZe Clan compared for their week 1 performance there. So Mela, can he rise up from the dead? Is this gonna be the legendary Mela or not?
Mela and Onzens. Onzens opens up by knocking down GK. Mela might do his work pretty soon. Onzens will secure that elimination point, so that's going to be their second point this round. FaZe Clan, Mela and Onsers, the duo that has to do it against the trio of Team Secret.
Now, they barely got enough utilities for FaZe Clan. Basically have nothing else. Same goes for the side of Team Secret. There's going to be one grenade left. Really
Yep, very hopeful for that. Very hopeful for that. I'll give it to him. Because Onsers, look at his bullets. His UMP only has 8 plus 17 and that's about it. And Onsers now won't be able to do much with the bullets that he has, and plus the numbers was against him. And winner chicken dinner will go to Team Secret.
You gotta clip that, man. You guys watching, definitely you have to clip that moment where the machete, well, we hope it's gonna be a samurai moment, but, well, due to ammunition, we mentioned before, reserve seems to be always gonna be the issue when it comes to the last few fights, but Team Secret, what a flawless run here today. I mean, like, it's gonna be the rise of the Vietnam region here for this Super Sunday.
Yeah, they started the day with the interview. They end the day with a chicken dinner. It is a good day here for Team Secret. And look at this. They talk about Trang warranting himself into that all-star lineup. And he's putting up the numbers here with the most damage, least damage received, most eliminations, most throwable use. I mean, there's no other stat that can overcome Trang here among all his other teammates.
What a double digit here. And don't forget about another team that had themselves double digit before. So we're going to get to compare. This is going to be definitely the rise of the Thais and the Vietnam team when it comes to week number 2. And Trong, I mean, I want to see how consistent he can get throughout the entirety of this season. If his name keep popping up, we can assume this guy going to be big for next season.
Yeah, big up for him as the MVP this time. With 5 eliminations, 789 damage, 259 damage received, 27% team contribution, and a 28 minute 45 second survival time. Not the highest of team contribution, but it doesn't matter. It is all about the points gained for them. And Team Secret is up here, obviously, but we also have to give it to Team Flash, BTR, and FaZe Clan.
Team Flash that scored a double digit as well when it comes to the elimination, despite they didn't last long enough, but you have to give credit for their aggressiveness just now, and this was their first Super Sunday ever. But we have to just rewatch our last map of Rirama before we head into the scores.
Team Secret exited loss known as early, managed the high ground, come back into the circle, and scores this chicken dinner. 23 points for Team Secret, followed by Team Flash 16, BTR 13, FaZe Clan with 8 points. So they would have done enough to be at number 1.
More than enough, I assume. But I want to see the second page. BTR, this is going to be their best round, I assume, across the entire day. But man, RRQ definitely have to go back to the drawing board and just reassess their performance of the entirety of week number 2. First half of the week 2 was great. Second half, nothing.
Yeah, and I guess they would have been pushed down, but we get a confirmation in a little bit more. So here it is. FaZe Clan are your champions of week number 2 Super Sunday. They will bring home maximum points and be just 1 point ahead of Team Secret. But Team Secret, I wouldn't complain with the second place. It's not so bad as well. But for the other teams like Team PANDUM, MORPH, at least they're on page 1, so that's alright. Alliance also making the debut in this season Super Sunday. Did pretty well as well at number 5. But RRQ officially pushed down by VOIN.
From the high to the very low, I mean, this is extreme drop from RRQ with their week 1. They are the one that's setting the benchmark at 60 week 1. Now the benchmark is getting even higher with over 60 points for the end of the round of Super Sunday week 2. What have got into RRQ?
We don't know that until we probably hear from them. I wonder if we'll get an interview with RRQ, but maybe not. But looking at the weekly points, at least overall, RRQ is at number 6, and this is where we will be keeping an eye on the top 16 to be in the grand finals. FaZe Clan, wow, totally up there right now with a lot of points collected by them, 94 points to be exact. And then let's see here, Team Secret doing well, Vampire, although this hasn't been their normal form, but they're still up there at 3rd place.
But watch out for PANDUM and Lions. This is their first ever Super Sunday, but look where they stand. At the first page, among with the top 12 teams, if they made it through for another Super Sunday, they definitely can push their numbers up. But unfortunately, we also have to see 000 down there, Todak, Infinity, and PEA. And Roy, if only they made it through this week. Man, it was so close as well.
Yeah, it will be a totally different multiverse there. Flame Geek Fam. Yeah. Again, it's Geek Fam. But yeah, Todak, Infinity, and PEA, no Super Sunday so far. So week 3 will be very important for them to maybe make that great escape. But we'll need to discuss that a little bit more by next week. And so far, the weekly points for week number 2 is all locked in. XERXIA by the borderline, Prince VIP by the borderline as well, same amount of points together with XERXIA, and it's understandable since their first Super Sunday. There's more to come from them in the following week. But today itself, Ade Luke is up.
I mean, there's definitely going to be the rise of Alliance. Hopefully, they keep the momentum up when it comes to next week, because it's fun to watch for the teams that missed out their first Super Sunday can actually push towards the grand finals. But with 429 average damage, 1.5 average eliminations, I mean, he's back up, and suddenly on the rise for Alliance Adik Luke.
Yeah, so Ade Luke, the highest average average damage of 429. Other than that, average eliminations at number 5 with 1.5, average assists 1 each. And his favorite weapon is going to be the M4 as close quarters combat. But we'll go back to our stage now.
Welcome to our final interview of the day. And now, on stage, we have 2 players from PANDUM. Please welcome Achul and Dimzy. Hello. So, first, Achul, what was the team mindset going into Super Sunday, knowing it was your first Super Sunday of this season?
Oke, bagaimana mentalitas anak-anak lah buat karena pertama kali juga lolos ke Super Sunday kan. Jadi gimana, bisa ceritain dikit nggak apa yang dialamin ataupun apa yang dirasakan oleh para pemain PANDUM?
Yang pasti lebih semangat lah karena kami pas week 1 kan kayak itu kan nggak lolos, jadi kayak week 2 harus maksimalin.
Of course, we feel very happy because this is our first time to qualify to Super Sunday due to we unable to qualify to Super Sunday on the first week. So yeah, of course, we need to give our maximum effort. Yep.
Yes, and what about the result? Are you satisfied with the result for now?
Jadi kalau kita lihat dari hasilnya, adakah kamu puas hati lah ataupun senang dengan result yang kamu dapatkan di hari ini?
Lumayan senang tapi kayak belum senang banget gitu karena kayak belum memuaskan.
Yeah, of course I feel very happy, but then I don't feel really satisfied about it. So yeah.
And I love the fact that you guys not easily satisfied, so that is the good things. And now, how did you prepare for today's matches? And did anything in particular contribute to your strong performance?
Oke, bagaimanakah tim Pandum itu sendiri mempersiapkan buat hari inilah match-match hari ini? Ada nggak hal-hal yang khusus kalian lakuin buat masuk ke hari ini?
Gak ada sih, kayak cuman lebih sering bareng-bareng gitu, kayak ngobrol gitu.
No, we don't really have particular things that we do. We basically just do our normal thing, which is we always talk to each other. We just love the companion from each other.
And let's talk about like the matches. Is there any like specific map that you think that that's it, we can do this right?
Ada nggak map-map yang khusus lah yang menurut kamu sendiri bisa lebih bagus lagi?
Miramar tadi game terakhir harusnya bisa lebih bagus.
Yeah, I think for the Miramar match, which is the last game, I think we definitely can do better than that. So yeah.
Alright, so thank you Achul. And now let's move on into Dimzy. So Dimzy, was there anything about the Super Sunday experience that surprised you or did it go as you expected?
Oke, ada nggak momen-momen ataupun hal-hal yang tidak terduga buat Dimzy di Super Sunday ini? Ataupun semuanya masih aman-aman aja gitu?
Semuanya aman-aman aja sih, nggak ada bedanya dari stage. Mungkin dari last chance sama Super Sunday beda sih.
So basically, I don't really surprise. I mean, I expected this, but then if you ask me the different or the pressure, I would say last chance and Super Sunday would be similar.
And what about the teams in this Super Sunday? Like, are they too easy for you, Pandum?
Bagaimana dengan tim-tim yang ikut Super Sunday kali ini? Adakah itu membuat kalian ngerasa ya ini tim mudah banget gitu?
Gak ada sih, semua jago, respect.
Yeah, for me, I'm respect of the all team. I think all of them are pretty good team.
Alright, and for the last questions, how does today's experience impact your confidence and strategy moving forward in the tournament?
Oke, dengan hasil yang kalian dapatkan hari ini, bagaimanakah itu bakal memberi dampak? Sebesar apa dampak yang bakal diberi ke tim Pandum buat ke depannya?
Mungkin kita akan nambah confident ya buat ke depannya, sama lebih berani lah.
So of course with this result that we feel very very confident. I mean it's gonna boost our confidence. It's gonna boost our morale. So yeah, I think we can do better in week 3.
And I'm looking forward for your performance at the group stage. So thank you so much Achul and thank you so much Dimzy. Have a good rest. And now let's hear our casters' final talks to close out the day and see you again at the group stage.
They definitely are happy. I mean, not satisfied, which is a good drive for them. But after they're being pushed down with that 1 point, definitely, you know, it's a relief they finally get into the Super Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that is making their debut, pretty content, I must say. And for Team Pandum, I'm sure with this sort of performance, there'll be the fans will be expecting more from them coming into week number 3. So week number 3 will be explosive because of the points that even though some of the teams joined like 2 Super Sundays, but still the points are not that many for some of the teams, and some teams that really joined once are also not that many as well. So that opens up a lot of opportunity for teams who have not been the Super Sunday at all in week 3.
Yeah, including BTR, despite they got 2 runs in a row for each Super Sunday, but unfortunately they didn't score too much. They are around 41 each point, but with Pandum and Alliance actually overtook BTR despite they got 2 Super Sundays into it. That, you know, that seems to be scary for BTR right now if they don't try to push their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, if teams like Alliance, like Pandum can perform like that in one Super Sunday, who knows? A week 3 team who has not been Super Sunday can do the same as well, and that could probably push them down. So yeah, it's all really down to us seeing who will be in the Super Sunday first, because we will resume our show next week and our regular day that is going to be Wednesday onwards. So we'll be taking a 2-day break now.
he got off days. Yay! Finally! And speaking of which, right, I do want to know about your thoughts when it comes to a Vietnam region. Also for you guys that are watching it in the audience side, do you think that it's going to be a different region entirely? Maybe coming up from Vietnam with this performance, grand finals, can they perform still the same?
Yeah, that would be the bigger question, right? Later on as we lead towards the grand finals, because we're already at our halfway at our season here. So it's starting to build up towards that. It's starting to be real exciting. The Vietnamese team seems to be pretty hot. FAZE Clan is pretty hot as well, not gonna lie. But yeah, Uncrowned King, maybe crowned. I mean, this will start to be the conversation that we will have moving on to week 3 onwards.
Yeah, I love the fact that also the standard come out from every single season, especially this season. For the last season of 2024 seems to be the best of them all. But not just about the teams that we're talking about. Will the circle even be kinder or a bit more meaner when it comes to the final week, where group stage and even the grand final at stake? But we're done for today. It's gonna be a wrapping up for us from Choo Choo, and always gonna be the goofy and happy Sir Cloud. We hope to see you guys again after 2 days of his off day, and see you guys in the next group stage for the final week of PMSL. Bye.